Yeah, I feel like his follower or his like viewer count's about to drop down and take again to like 4.
It dropped from 80 to 50 already.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, God, I want to find Matt. I'm going to find Matt. I feel like it's worth it. The
Yeah,
fact
I
that
was
he
I was
did
thinking
seem,
that. I was like, Matt is like he doesn't know like who he's fucking with.
yeah, I feel like he's got to know though. And I think I'm very happy to take the time to teach him a lesson because I already found Derek. That took me 5 minutes of my time. Does I love that David's like new season. Anyone want to take any wild guesses as to Derek's history or what happened to Derek, why Derek ended up being a hateful incel? Does anyone have any guesses?
Derek
Probably because
was
he was
the
a
one.
faggot nigger like you.
Oh, that's
Bye.
cute. Bye, Mark.
Um,
Thanks for still like
Derek
loving
was
me,
the
Mark.
one who was.
Wait, hang on. Can I just remind people again? Mark
Yeah.
is the classic example of a guy who gets humbled by me,
Oh,
who
that was
ends up,
Mark.
I'm pretty sure that was Mark. And so Mark's the classic example of a guy who gets humbled by me. And it makes him, because he's deeply insecure and he's not able to actually, deconstruct that and work through that as a mature individual, his only way of feeling good about himself is that if he can make me feel as bad as I made him feel. The problem is, I'm smarter, funnier, more entertaining, and more
No.
personable than he will ever be. And so his
Yeah,
opinion of me and his words could never, ever actually hurt me. And so what will
Mark.
happen is it'll be this cycle where he'll keep coming in, being obsessed with me, and never able to hurt me.
Yeah, Mark. Don't use those words on my live. Like, just
My
don't do
apologies.
that.
I won't. But I will say that
But yeah, 1 second. Well, I do want Irish to finish what he was saying about trying to find Matt.
I mean, it didn't really take much effort, but let me give you the reasoning for why he is. Hold on 1 second. Let me find the best one. Where's the best example? That one's not. That one's pretty
Mark
good.
is just very much like giving,
Okay,
like
that's a good one. Oh, Mark,
RT vibes.
if Mark is not giving you divorced dad whose wife ended up learning that she was able to do a lot better by not being with him, you guys have not learned anything. So Mark has not Mark, sorry. Derek has nothing but messages all over his Facebook page that are all about bashing his ex. Like 1 out of every 2 posts is Derek talking about how his wife is a horrible person, how women are horrible, how men's health awareness, how men are the real victims. There was an MRA post up there. He's literally the proto example of an incel and someone who has just been humbled, who ended up not being able to deal with it, and now takes out all of his anger on his ex. So I have all these screenshots. I was going to make a quick video on it because if Derek wants to keep pretending that he's a friendly, then I might need to do a quick video to remind people that he's not. And it took me 5 minutes to find you, Derek. Like, it's not that hard to find people. And I don't know anyone who has more experience doing that than me. So, Mark, how can I help you get over the pain that I've caused you? How can I help you heal?
I just want you to admit one thing.
Uh huh.
It was slightly funny coming back with another accent, and you bought it. You have to admit you bought it for about 5 minutes. That was funny.
I mean, so we talked about it afterwards because we were trying to figure
I was
out what
there.
the. No. We talked about it in my Discord afterwards because we were trying to figure out what the actual humor was. We were trying to figure out what is the actual joke part of it, and we couldn't figure it out. And then, secondly, to the extent you wanted to try to trick me, I mean, you're welcome to try again. The timing was very poor. I was in the middle of doing something, so I really wasn't even paying attention. And so I don't even feel like you got me. Now, that doesn't mean you wouldn't be able to get me. You're more than welcome to try again. But given the fact that
Already
I was
did.
literally in a moment where I was dealing with something personal for about a 20-minute period, I wasn't really cued in. So I don't really know what the joke was. And I don't really feel like you got me. So if you'd like to try again, feel free. But even if you did get me, what's the joke?
No, it was pretty funny. Come on, it was pretty funny.
Yeah, please explain to me. What was the funny part?
The funny part was the fact that you engaged with me after kicking me from the live, engaging with me.
I didn't
in
kick you
another
from live.
conversation.
I
You
don't
did.
I don't kick people from live. So you can ask everyone in here.
Well, it could have been Mac then. It was
The
either
only reason
Mac or
I'll ever
Vincent.
kick someone is if they're using slurs because we have to.
I think I maybe did use a slur, to be fair. I see Saki in the comments is still a bit butthurt about that. But
Well, just don't be a racist slur using asswipe, and then you don't get kicked. It's really that simple. Like you can't blame me for kicking you when you're putting the live at risk, right? So then you use a slur and you got dropped, and then you came back on a different account and you validated the points
with
I
a
was
solid
making.
English accent. Yeah, that was pretty. It was pretty good.
A solid what?
Yeah, I did get you to like the car.
A solid what?
What's the subject, guys? What are we talking about?
Nick, you can come up in a moment.
Accent.
Yeah, I mean that's because
So-
you're English. It's not hard if you do an
I'm
English accent. You're
Irish.
English.
I'm quite literally Irish. You know this.
Oh no, you're not Irish. You're English. We've talked about
I'm
this. Don't you
from
remember?
Donegal. You know this. We discussed. Even people in the comments that
No. Remember
the comments that agree
hang
with
on.
you say
No.
I was Irish.
Remember the Irish person come up, and she also was very quick to tell you you're not Irish. You don't have a proper Donegal accent. You're very likely a loyalist based upon the things you were saying. Your racism and your anti-Palestinian take is very not Irish at all. It's very loyalist. It's very English. And then you said that your mother was Irish and your father was Jamaican. So I don't understand where you're coming off claiming to have the, I don't know,
A level.
no, claiming to have the ability to be able to determine who is or isn't Irish when you yourself, by your own words, admit you're 50% Irish.
I will level with you on that, my
Oh
friend.
no, Maggie was actually another person
No, it
who was
was,
claiming you're not actually Irish.
It was the drug addict girl from Belfast. I literally
Yeah, I know.
of
I
her.
just said Maggie is another one. Maggie's
No,
also Irish.
Oh, well, that's debatable with one of those flags, but we'll continue. Um, yes.
I mean, she's more Irish than you. Maggie, would you like to come up so people can actually hear what real Irish accent sounds like, as opposed to this British bastardization? Maggie, if you'd like to join, feel free. I'm more than happy to bring you up. Just do know that this man is a rampant racist, an unapologetic racist who will likely take the opportunity to attack you because that's just how he is.
Debatable.
But
Why did all of
you
my
just used the
opposition run
N-word.
away?
Because I want to talk to Mark here. I want to process his trauma so we can get him to move on.
You know the
So, Maggie, you're not able to come up? Okay. So, Chris, most people talk, or Mark, or whoever. What do you want us to call you? Mark? Chris?
go for Mark. Yeah, we'll go for Mark.
Okay. Maggie, what's your read on this fella? I don't think that's a true Donegal accent. He says his mother's from Donegal, his father's from Jamaica.
That part
He's
was a lie.
very,
My father's not.
he's very racist. He uses the N slur on lives, not just generally, but to specific black people. And he's anti-Palestinian and said some horrible things
Sounds
to people who were
delightful, like,
supporting.
that's just a whole lot of fucking shit. Oh, about my word, sorry. I'm just back from the club, so I'm lit.
Oh, it's weird. That's like that's an Irish accent. Everyone, that's what an Irish person
Yeah,
sounds
it's a
like.
southern accent. It doesn't mean I'm not Irish.
Not
Are
like
you-
Chris, who's got the
Maggie,
fake
are you
Irish
from-
accent.
Are you from near Ranelagh by any chance?
The fact that you can't even pronounce that just like
Ranelagh.
confirms that you're not. It's Ranelagh. It's not fucking
Ranelagh.
Ranelagh.
I'm from
There's
the
an
north.
E in it, you
What the fuck is
I'm
dumbass.
from the north. I'm going to have a different accent than you.
How do you pronounce the word Derry?
Derry.
How do you? Okay. Well, do
We
you have a
certainly
wife in the
wouldn't be
background?
having any London in the front of it, that's for sure.
Do you have a wife in the background? Was that his? Was there a woman in his background or yours, Maggie?
No, there is. My best friend is here in the background, but
Oh, all right.
did you hear that?
Yeah, we heard that. We heard that.
it wasn't even that loud.
She was like, Derry. Like, what was he? Think I'm an idiot? No, I don't think you're an idiot, sweetheart. I think the fella up here is an idiot. So, Chris, go ahead. What's your argument? Or Mark?
Well, my argument is that my accent's going to be
thanks,
different.
guys, they're
Obviously,
awesome.
Maggie is from south of the
South of
imaginary
what?
border.
Why are you assuming me location now, Chris? Like, what is
Because you have a
this?
Dublin accent.
I do have a Dublin accent, yeah.
Yeah, so how am I assuming your location is in the south
Because you
of
do understand
Ireland?
that people travel, right? You understand people don't live where they're born necessarily, right, Chris?
Okay, but she obviously grew up in Dublin with that accent. I think that's fair to deduce.
No, you assumed where she is right now. Do you understand that's the same mistake you made with me, where you assumed that accents are reflective of where you currently
Apparently,
live or where you're born?
HVAC is in.
Nah,
That's
kind
why. Defending me. What a wild turn of events, Irish. I need you to break down every man like that.
It's so much fun. But I want to break down Chris, because
I'll tell
Chris
you what,
wanted to
50
attack
Shades, I have
me
a good
for
idea.
not being
I
Irish.
have a good idea.
And then he claimed, hang on, Chris, I'm not finished talking, mate. So Chris wanted to attack me for not being Irish, even after it being explained that I was born, raised, educated. All my family is not
Yeah.
only from Ireland, but lives in Ireland. I just have a fucked up accent. That's it. I have a fucked up accent.
Sure, I can hear
And
it.
I've got
It's coming out
and
now. It's
and I've got
coming out now.
and I've got American tendencies that make me a bit of an embarrassment. I totally acknowledge all of those things. But Chris then went on to say that he's the epitome of an Irishman and that he's qualified to be able to determine if someone is Irish. And I just can't stand people like this.
Yes.
What, is he
Especially
one
when
of-
they're...
What, is he one of these fucking Ireland is full fucking kind of fellas?
Oh, no, he just flat out calls people the N-word. He doesn't
I
believe...
never used the N-word once in that last
You just
one.
said it 5 minutes ago.
No, on the last one where you claimed I did, I never said the N-word in the last one.
You said that black woman is an N-word.
I never said that.
Well, I'm not saying what her name is, obviously, right?
I never said that, and you know that.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't.
did.
I said it.
You
on
said
this live.
she's an N-word.
I said
And then
the
right
slur.
now you just said the
Did I
N-word.
use the N-word though?
Yeah, you did right now.
Yeah, right now, but not last live, did I? No,
Yes, you did.
I didn't. You know that I didn't. That's disingenuous.
No.
You're better
You
than
did.
this, come on.
If you say to someone, you are the N-word,
Yes,
you're
but I never
calling them the
knew- I never
N-word.
said what N-word. It could have been.
There's no
nitwit.
difference. I'm sorry, do people, let me ask this, does everyone think there's a difference between someone saying the actual N-word versus someone saying you are the N-word? There's no
No,
difference.
there's no difference. You've just said it. It's came out your mouth like.
Yeah, I don't
you're-
really,
you're just
I
trying to
don't
be
mind- I don't
sneaky and
mind
not
about
get-
placing language. Also, I see Dom Ernesto in the comments talking about a neck break. The only neck break would break under the weight of you, you fucking animal.
Wow.
Anyway, let's continue.
See, that's why I don't think he's Irish, right there. He can't slag a person. For the life of him, he can't slag someone.
Your wee fake Irish accent.
Wait, hang on. Chris, explain to me, what was the joke there? The only neck brace is the weight off, and it's like you were halfway towards a joke and then you went the other direction or something.
Yeah, no, I said the only neck.
Do you
break
feel
is-
stupid when you try to slag people? Like, do you know you lack
No,
that
not at
ability?
all. But I have a really good idea. Do you know the way?
Do you think
don't
you have the
think- know
ability
way
to
you
slag
don't
people or
think-
not?
You know,
Do
yeah,
you,
know
Chris?
the way, you know the way you don't.
Chris, I'm
think
asking you,
Irish?
do you have
Yeah,
the
I'm not
Irish
answering
ability
that
to slag
question.
people?
I'm
Yes or
asking,
no?
You know the way you don't think I'm Irish?
Sure, go ahead.
Why
I
doesn't
don't think you're
Meg-
Irish at
Why
all.
doesn't Maggie ask me a question that only someone that would live in Ireland would know? A colloquial question. How about that?
I've never denied you lived in Ireland at any point.
What the fuck do you want me to ask you? Like, how old is Michael D. fucking Higgins?
No.
Like, what the fuck do you want me to ask you?
Like, who is Michael D. Higgins? Like, obviously you know who that is, Chris, right?
Oh no, I definitely don't know who Michael Higgins is now.
So what's the name of his dog that everyone in Ireland would know?
I actually I can't remember the name of his dog, but I know it's about twice the size of him.
Shocker, right? Shocker. It's almost like everyone in Ireland would know his name, but no, you wouldn't know
I'll
his
be
name.
honest, I actually forget, but I do love them dogs.
I know it's a big Bernese
Of course we
mountain
love
dog,
those
but I
dogs.
don't remember the names of them now.
Yeah.
Great. So how else do you want to prove that you're Irish?
I don't know. You could maybe hit me with some other questions apart from the name of the dogs. That's pretty niche.
I don't think it
Sing
is.
the wolf tones, Chris.
The Wolf Tones. Which song would you like?
You
She
pick.
said name them.
No, I don't know the names of them, but I know all the Wolf Tones songs.
Yeah, we'll go
Was
up
that
there.
the
Go
Wolf
up there and
Tones?
give us an Irish jig then to them.
An
Sing
Irish
us a
jig.
song.
Like my
Sing us
favorite
an
Irish
Irish
song. Okay.
Wait. Hang on. Maggie, would you ever say something like, "Oh, my favorite Irish song"? I feel like an Irish American would say, "Oh, let me think of my favorite
Well, we're
Irish
talking about
song."
Irish songs. You said sing us an
Yeah, I
Irish
don't think
song.
I just don't think I'd refer to it as that myself.
That's just what you've referred to it as. So I was like, let me think of my favorite.
Oh, that's a
Irish
great
song.
question. Were Irish people slaves?
Oh, wait, see, this is the thing. I was in one of those lives. Apparently, indentured servitude was the term. But I don't
Are
know
Irish
if
people
this
were
was-
Irish people slaves? Is yes or no?
Well, I was actually led to believe that we were at some stage, but apparently it was
Well,
called
that would be
indentured
the English
servitude.
colonial education system failing you.
The Brits are at it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do though think that I do think Irish people were
What's indentured servitude?
well. We can basically fucking work your way out of your,
What is indentured servitude?
where you can work your way out of it.
Jesus
not-
Christ.
is that-
Work your way out of this problem and explain
Hold on,
with me
I
with
love you.
words.
Love you, girl. You're an icon as well.
Well,
Yeah,
what,
but you-
what do you want me to like? what
Can
do
you
want
not
me to-
describe what indentured servitude is embarrassing.
It's indentured servitude, not when like slavery is when you can't work your way.
What
out.
is indentured servitude?
Indentured
This is embarrassing.
servitude was basically where you were working for someone, but then you like had certain benefits. It wasn't just like slavery.
What were the benefits?
I would imagine a fucking roof over your head would be one of them.
Slaves didn't have roofs over their heads?
No,
God.
but I don't think they had a choice in where they lived. Basically,
Indentured servants had choices then.
well, they had a fucking.
They didn't have to work with the person.
What do you mean they didn't have to work with the person?
I don't fucking know. I asked you what is indentured
Well,
servants,
clearly you
and
seem
you're not
to
able
know
to
an
explain
awful
it to
lot
me.
about it. I see Dawn.
Well, you're
if he
Irish,
was lucky,
right?
I can't
Stop
roast him
talking to
and try
Dom, mate. You can't even keep up with me. Don't try to keep up with Dom. All right. Right now, Maggie and I are the only people you should be paying attention to. Sorry, Mac, if you don't mind, I want to just deal with
My
this fucking tulip.
understanding,
Which
Keep
is
forgetting
limited.
it's the host here.
which is limited. I don't know the. I don't.
Because you're
know
not
all of it.
Irish.
Right, not all Irish people know what fucking indentured servitude is.
Okay, so let me ask you a different question.
Yeah.
The famine. What do you call the famine?
There never was one.
Exactly.
it's-
That's a
it's
real
with the-
Irish person. That's the
I
difference.
was literally answering the question.
Were you really? Were you?
It's
Okay.
referred to as the famine.
how about
but
this?
It was,
When
it
was
was
the famine?
engineered by the British.
When was it?
The famine.
Oh my God! Do you not even know the years?
I'm asking you what you said. When was it?
What else were we talking about there, Mark?
Well, it was just clarifying because if it used to say
When
the
was
wrong
it? Are you
thing-
taking time to Google? Because this is embarrassing.
No, it was
when was
the
it?
1800s.
When?
It's like mid 1800s to
1845 to 1852.
Yeah,
you don't
mid
even know that?
1800s. Is that not what I just said? Mid 1800s.
You don't even know that? And what's the other word for what do Irish people actually call the famine?
Genocide.
Your friend's great. You don't know, Mark?
The starvation.
No, the Great Hunger, you daft cunt. And since you
I
do
thought-
know Gaelic, right? You did say you know Gaelic, right?
I never once said I know Gaelic. I don't speak Irish.
Oh, you're up in Donegal, but you don't speak Gaelic? No, that doesn't make sense to me.
None of my friends speak Gaelic.
You don't speak any Gaelic.
No, just like the basics, like fucking.
Great
Like,
Hunger.
do you not listen to Kneecap, Chris?
I watched the movie.
Oh, did you know? I
I
think
know the
everyone's
fella
fucking
from. I
not
know
that
the
many
fella
did,
that's
like.
in. I know the fella that's in Kneecap. I've met him a few times in Belfast. They're okay. I don't like their music that much.
Eamon, who's in the comments, who's also an actual Irish person, is
Yeah.
not like your fake Irish. He just said it. Now I'm horrible with pronunciation because let's be honest, Gaelic is hard to pronounce. But
I don't ask
Gartamar,
me about Gaelic neither. It was fucking dreadful in my school.
oh, it was horrible. It was traumatic for all of us to take it. I mean,
It's
we
not
took
really-
it.
it's not
Chris
really
didn't take it.
hard,
I mean, Mark. Sorry, Mark didn't
Gartamar,
take it,
was
so
that-
he doesn't know the trauma that we went through. But yeah, the Great
Beautiful
Hunger was
famine,
called on Gartamar. What's
it's
the
a famine,
connection?
yeah.
What's the connection with Kilmainham Jail and the famine?
There's a beautiful song called Grace.
I don't care about a song. Tell me the connection between the Great Hunger and Kilmainham Jail. Can you answer that question? Since you're Irish.
No, because I'm not fucking. I don't know that much about history. I know basic things. I'm not going.
Okay,
to
so why don't you educate people at least on what Kilmainham Jail is?
I know what Kilmainham Jail is.
Okay, what is it?
It's a fucking jail.
Is it you don't know anything else?
Pardon?
You don't know what? Wait, you don't know what Kilmainham Jail is famous
Yes,
for?
it's a jail in Dublin. It's where most
Why is
political
it famous?
prisoners were kept.
Which political prisoners?
Well, I was actually telling you a story about
Which
one of the
political
prisoners.
prisoners?
And that's
Name
my
them.
favorite Irish song.
Why are you fucking googling it? Which
I'm
ones?
not googling.
Name
I was
it.
going to tell you about the
name
song
it.
Grace.
Name which political prisoner. I don't want to hear the song. Name the political prisoners.
You see, you can't be educated about anything when I'm just
So
trying
what's
to tell you
happening
something
right
most
now
Irish
is
people
Mark
would
is
know.
buying time, And I'm guessing that he's got someone either trying to Google this for him.
No,
because
I'm
no
not.
one else.
I think that Maggie and the other Irish people in the comment know I was just trying to tell you a story. It's about
Nope.
Joseph Plunkett
Don't be
and his
fucking
wife,
trying to
Grace
get me on your
Gifford.
side. I'm not on your fucking side here.
I don't care if you're on my side or not, but the fact is that
Yeah,
you know
well,
that
keep me name out your fucking mouth.
fucking get on like Conor, but keep my name out of your fucking mouth. You fuck up.
He's got no slag
That
in
wasn't
him.
Conor McGregor that said that. So you've got that really wrong there. Like,
It was keep my name out your fucking mouth. Yes, it was.
It was Will Smith, you fucking gobshite.
I'm sure
my
he said it in an Irish
Shut
accent. too.
up! You're a fucking idiot. It's embarrassing how arrogant you sound, given how stupid you
The
are.
arrogance is you when you
So
really,
again, my
if you lived
question
here,
is,
you
what's
would
the
know that
relevance?
basically-
Shut up, you dozy cunt. So tell me about. Give me the list. Like I can name fucking 5 political prisoners off the top of my head. Give me 5 political prisoners' names right now. Kilmainham jail.
You could name 5 because you would Google it. That's the thing. I've literally told you
Because
Joseph
I'm a
Plunkett was one
fucking.
of them.
How about this then? I'll name some names, and you tell me if they're real names or not.
Okay, we can do that.
Thomas Podrick.
Thomas Prodrick, in regards to what?
Was he a political prisoner in Kilmainham jail?
I don't believe so.
Great. Michael O'Hanlon.
I don't believe so.
Yes, he was. Patter or no? God, Podrick. I'm blanking on that one. Thomas Clark.
Yes.
You had to think about that. You
Yeah,
had to
I'm
think about
not
whether or
great
not
in my
Tommy
history.
Clark was fucking.
I'm not great in my history. It doesn't mean that I'm not
Embarrassing.
living. Anybody.
So
can
let
do
me
my
so let me
accent.
educate you, you daft cunt. So Kilmainham jail is connected to the famine because it got so bad during the Great Hunger that people were not able to have any access to food, that they ended up committing crimes. And they intentionally committed crimes in order to be able to be put in prison, because in prison they were required to be given some sort of meals. As a result of that, Kilmainham jail is famous for ballooning in size, and a severe overpopulation event that happened during 1846 to 1850 is when it was the worst years. And after that point, they decriminalized a number of things in order to prevent Irish people from committing crimes just to be put into jail. But, you know, if you were Irish or educated in Ireland, you'd know that, because almost every Irish student has to fucking go to that jail at some point in their fucking school career, because we all have to
First of
go
all,
on that
I'm in
school trip.
Donegal, which is in the north, which is nowhere near Dublin.
They would still go on the fucking trip.
No trip was taken from our school to Donegal.
That's because you didn't go to Donegal.
Why would I lie about that? What do you
Because you've
think
been
my
living,
accent?
you've
What do
been
you think
living in
my
England.
accent is?
I
guarantee
think-
Maggie can concede that my accent is a fucking Northern Irish accent.
Oh, it's Northern Irish.
Yeah,
It's
from the
not
north of Ireland.
Donegal. No, you're living somewhere in Northern
Donegal is
Ireland.
in the north of. It's technically the north part
Hang
of
on,
Ireland.
you ignorant twat. I said Northern Ireland, right?
talking about the-
Northern Ireland is not fucking Donegal, and any actual Irish person would slap you silly for saying Donegal is in Northern Ireland.
I don't believe in Northern Ireland. I believe in Ireland as in one country, 32 county republic.
Yeah,
I
don't
don't-
Oh
fucking
my God.
on.
I don't believe that Donegal is in Northern Ireland. I said Donegal is in the north of Ireland. Some idiot in the comments said, "Oh, so he's a loyalist."
He's
How does
definitely a loyalist.
Believe in a 32 county Ireland.
How does a Republican believe in racism and also not support Palestine? Explain that to me.
Explain what to you think because
How
someone-
does a Republican
Yes, I understand,
have an
because
anti-immigrant, racist viewpoint,
I don't
and
support
also
Israel. I don't support
believes
Israel either.
you came up here
I
and you
despise
made
Israel.
fun of Palestinians being unalived? I'm asking you why.
I despise Israel.
That doesn't answer my question.
I don't care about Palestine. I care about Ireland. I don't care about Israel or Palestine.
Yeah, you're not in any way a Republican.
But you can't. No, but it's not all. He's
Listen, the truth is, listen,
Oh.
we've got our fucking problems.
Struggles.
Ireland is absolutely becoming more and more racist, and it fucking sucks. Like, we're not a perfect country, but generally speaking, there's a lot of fucking good that we do have, and a lot of us, I don't know any Republican. I don't know any Republican who's not pro-Palestine. I don't know a fucking single one.
I know multiple.
Yeah, because you fucking live in Northern Ireland along with your fucking unionist friends. There's no question in my mind.
I live
that
in
you're-
Donegal, which is not even
You're
part of
I have
Northern.
no
Northern Ireland doesn't
fucking
exist.
question.
Northern Ireland is a statelet. It doesn't exist.
It is no question in my mind at all that your mother or your father is English. No question at all.
Not absolutely no.
Oh, you're a fucking liar.
How
You're a
could you
fucking
know?
liar.
They're not.
I can tell the way you talk. I can tell the way you
First of all, you
talk.
didn't even think I was in Ireland. You're claiming
You're a
I've never been brought up
classist.
in Ireland. I'm not a
I never
classist.
I never fucking said you weren't living in Ireland.
What part of me not caring about other nations makes me a classist? I care about my own nation.
Oh,
as
no,
an
no, no.
Irishman.
The way you spoke to Maggie when she first came up made you a classist. You
What'd I
immediately
say?
judged the way you talked to her, immediately told me that you had disdain for her given the fact she was from Dublin.
No, I didn't have disdain from her, but I did say she wasn't fully Irish because she's got a Nigerian flag in her bio, so she's probably not fully Irish. I can trace my ancestry back to about the 1600s on this island.
To Jamaica, right? Because you said your father is Jamaican,
Yes,
right? You said your dad's Jamaican, right?
Obviously,
Right?
obviously.
So you don't
Right.
know the difference between race and ethnicity, like.
Of course
Well,
he fucking
we'll
doesn't.
put it this way, man. I'm born in China, or sorry, if I move to China now, am I Chinese or am I
Please
an
do.
Irishman in China?
I came out of me ma's womb.
Did you
in a
ask where
voluntary
Maggie was
hospital
born, you
in
daft
fucking
cunt?
Dublin.
It still doesn't make you
are
out. You're not
fucking
Irish.
joking me?
No matter how much you want to be
Wait,
Irish,
wait,
you're
wait.
not Irish.
How is Maggie not Irish? Explain that. to
Because
me.
she's not. Her family is not indigenous to Ireland. Everybody else is allowed
Hang on.
indigenous
Fucking
people.
Maggie.
ma is Irish.
Maggie, I want to tell you this just so you understand why he is not only English but also a racist piece of shit. Yesterday he was making fun of travelers. So he's up here saying you're not indigenous to the country, so therefore you're not Irish. While at the same time yesterday he was mocking someone for being a traveler.
This is another thing. If anybody actually is from Ireland, if anybody's from Ireland in the comments that's ever lived beside travellers, and even Maggie herself will know, she'll lie about this. But nobody,
Are travelers indigenous, Chris?
yes, they're indigenous.
Okay, are they the only indigenous group in Ireland? Yes or no?
No, they're not. No,
What's the other indigenous group to Ireland?
the Irish.
What's the Irish? Okay, who recognizes the Irish as indigenous people to Ireland?
I recognise them as the indigenous people of Ireland. Why
Okay,
is
well, the world doesn't revolve around you, Mark, right? So my next question for you, Mark, is what's the difference between quote unquote the Irish and travelers in terms of their ancestry?
travellers are fucking animals? You don't want to live near them now.
Ancestry. I said ancestry, Chris. Who has the
Actually,
longer
the ancestry
ties?
of most travellers.
Hang on, you daft cunt. Which ones have the longer ties to Ireland?
Genuinely the Irish and not the travellers, because they're all from Roma.
What do you think? Wait,
They come from Roma gypsies. Are you,
whoa,
are you
whoa,
being
whoa, whoa,
serious right
whoa.
now?
Whoa, 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 whoa. What do you think? Wait. Wait, what? What makes you think travelers come from Roma?
All travellers are from Roma gypsies. Yes. Go
What?
look it up.
Oh
Wow.
my
Look it up.
god.
Go look up.
Are you thick or are you thick?
You're saying, are you thick
This
or are
is
you
fucking
thick? Go
embarrassing.
look it up.
Oh Jesus, your ma should have fucking swallowed you.
It's embarrassing.
Go look it up then. Tell me where travellers come from and tell me if
Do
I'm
you
wrong.
hang on. You understand
If I'm
that
wrong, I'll admit it. Go ahead.
I don't need you to admit it. I know you're fucking a donkey. So listen, you daft cunt. That's why I guess you were calling that person who you thought was a traveler a gypsy, because you think, because you're a fucking ignorant English wannabe Irish person, you thought that a traveler is a Romani gypsy. Just so you know, you fucking ignorant. I mean, it's embarrassing what a gobshite you are. There's no genetic relation between Irish travelers and Romana gypsies. None. There's no genetic link.
Literally.
Did you not know that that's why they're recognized as an indigenous group, is because they're genetically proven to have the longest longevity of ancestry to Ireland. They're more
Okay.
Irish than you'll ever be.
Okay,
Irish,
that's
are you
fine.
single? My
That's
friend
fine.
wants to know.
Wait, what?
Are you single? My friend wants to know.
I desperately am, and I have been genuinely game to get back into the dating game. So let's talk after that. So, Chris, how
Yeah.
can you call yourself an Irish person while at the same time saying that you support Irish people and that you're saying someone like Maggie's not real Irish because her ma, dad, or grandparents are not from Ireland, but at the same time you're making fun of travelers who have the longest ties to Ireland than you or your family could ever have?
Okay, I'm
Can you
making
explain
fun
that
of
to
them.
me?
I never said they weren't Irish.
You did. You called them dirty gypsies, and you said that they were
Oh, no,
Romani.
I called them.
You just said they're Romani.
Yeah, I
You
never.
just made that claim.
I said if you go back far enough, they are. And even if I'm wrong about that, I still never said they weren't Irish.
My God.
Why would you make fun of the group that is more Irish than you'll ever be?
Well, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Sure.
Right. Who are the indigenous people in America? North America?
It depends on different tribes. Whether
Not
you
really.
want a specific
You're going to
group
say
or
Native Americans, yeah.
Native Americans, generally speaking.
Okay, so a lot of Native Americans, they have a right to say that they want to keep they weren't able to keep their land indigenous. Why should Ireland not be able to keep their land indigenous?
What the fuck is your argument? I'm not even understanding your point.
My argument is that Ireland never colonized anybody, right?
Correct.
No.
Okay, so why, if the
Maggie,
majority of people, and regardless of whether
hang on, let me educate you, donkey. Maggie, what is your background?
Born in Ireland all my life. My ma's Irish, my dad's Nigerian.
Okay.
That's it.
Did Nigeria recently colonize Ireland?
No.
Oh, that didn't happen. Oh, okay. Sorry, Chris, go back, because you were about to make a point that Ireland didn't colonize anyone.
my point
And
is
I think you were going to say that no one should colonize us, but I don't think
I never
Nigeria
said that.
colonized
No,
us.
you assumed that. You assumed that.
Oh, where was your argument going to go then, Cupcake?
My argument was going that Ireland has no responsibility when it's not in a great place itself to accept people from other nations that keep flooding it and
What's
putting more
not in a great
pressure on the
place?
health. Ireland, if you know anything about it, it's not.
How's your life doing?
My life's fine. I'm great.
So why is it people like you always tokenize poor people and their burden in order to be an anti-immigrant racist cunt?
I'm anti-immigrant because I want to.
Why is it you, as a fucking white fella who is middle class, want to weaponize the struggles of poor people in order to be able to attack black people and immigrants? It's weird. It's goofy, right?
What race anybody is? I didn't want Ukrainians.
You do.
In Ireland. No, I don't. I don't want Ukrainians in Ireland, and they're whiter than I am. So how does that make me racist? Or does it mean that I just care and want my country to put its own citizens first?
So what you're saying is you want to preserve our culture.
It's not even about preservation of culture. I think Irish culture is strong enough that it will survive. I'm just saying that Ireland has a lot of people at the moment who benefit off their benefit system and their healthcare system, and we aren't a
The
strong
fucking
enough country
healthcare
to take
system.
that
The
road.
healthcare system is in the fucking gutters.
Exactly.
And it's been like that for about 25 years.
Exactly. So why are we taking in more immigrants and more refugees to break the back of it
Sure.
further?
I mean, I believe there's
really
a really easy answer to that, right? It would be called the Great
Procure
Hunger.
says, please ask him what he
It would be called the Great Hunger, wouldn't it be? That
procures.
when we were desperate, when we had a really bad time, when we were not able to survive in our country, when our country was not able to provide for us, we put that burden on countless other countries, and they welcomed us in. Now, for the most part, like it took a couple of years of maybe discrimination, but for the most part, we were welcomed into all those countries. And in most of those countries, we're now the dominant fucking group in those cultures, right? So we not only assimilated, but we ended up being given. But that, I think, comes a little bit of fucking responsibility to give the same courtesy to other groups who are going through bad fucking times. Do you not think that makes sense? Do you not, Chris?
I have a retort, and I completely agree with you in terms of we did create a diaspora. We did go to America. We went to America in our droves, and we assimilated. We contributed to those economies. We built those cities. We made those places.
So immigrants don't contribute to Ireland, is what you're saying?
Immigrants on the whole make things worse in Ireland. Not legal immigrants. Legal immigrants are fine. Doctors, nurses, fantastic. We need them, absolutely. We would collapse without legal immigration. The third world illegal immigrants that are being filtered into Irish culture are not making the country a better place. I'm not talking about legal immigration. Legal immigration is fantastic for Ireland on an economic level for the healthcare system. As I said, we would struggle immensely. But illegal immigration has upped the rates of so many terrible things in the north and in the south. And I don't even think that's debatable. What?
Like what?
Well, sexual assault rates went through the roof.
How would you fuck off? What, you believe in statuses on Facebook?
No, I believe in things that I see.
The fucking lies.
Right. So
Not you tokenizing sexual assault when you came up here yesterday screaming at a woman that no one would ever dare to risk that on her.
Yeah, you told her that she wasn't raped because she was too ugly to be raped. Yet all of a sudden now you claim to care about rape victims. It's
Guys,
like you just want to
hold
tokenize.
on. Did I
It's
scream?
like you want to tokenize
You
everyone.
only
Screaming
care
was an
about
Mac,
people getting
exaggeration,
no,
raped
no, no, but
Chris.
Mac,
by a
no, but
man of
like,
color or a
let's
woman
just
of color.
let's
Okay,
just
Like,
Chris,
if that
screaming
was
was
one of
an
your mates, you'd be like,
exaggeration.
"You
You were
didn't do it.
very
You didn't fucking do it."
sternly,
yeah,
you
but
were
they
very,
screaming
can
in
I
the thing.
talk? Can I talk on my own live? Screaming was an exaggeration, Mark. It's called, an expression of language, and it's called being, exaggerating.
What?
So continue on, Chris. What do
No,
you want to yap about?
first of all, you said I screamed at this lady when I
And
didn't. I
she took
always
it
keep my
back, so don't
voice.
whine like a bitch about it.
I'm not whining. No.
You're whining and you're trying to capitalize on the fact that she misspoke or misrepresented it. She said you didn't scream. But what you did say was you said that you didn't believe her because you thought she was too ugly to be raped. So why are you pretending to care about
That's
rape
fucking
victims?
foul.
I made a comment like I made that
So
comment.
why are you pretending to care about rape victims? You don't.
Because there's a massive difference between making a comment and actually people that are getting sexually assaulted. There's a
What's
huge
the difference?
Come on.
What?
No, you don't care about sexual assault victims unless it fits whatever narrative you're trying to push. That's the
Not
problem.
really. No, I do care.
Yes, exactly.
No, you don't.
No,
Well, you
then
can't
why
tell
did
me
you
that I
tell that
don't care
woman
about sexual
yesterday?
Yeah,
assault.
I am
Why
telling
did
you.
you tell that woman yesterday that she was too ugly for her story to be true?
You were both
and
there.
that no one would risk
Both
that.
of you know exactly why I said it. I've explained it multiple times. Do you need me to explain it again?
Yeah,
for
so
people
you
who
just
haven't?
tokenize rape victims whenever it's convenient
How am
for
I
you.
tokenizing them?
Because you're sitting here saying that illegal
Okay,
immigrants.
take grape
Hold on,
victims
you're
out of
sitting here
it.
saying that illegal immigrants cause a lot of the sexual assault in Ireland, but dare I make the,
Yeah.
assumption that Irish will probably clarify. But dare I say that it's the Irish men who are native to the country who are committing the grapes. Dare I make that conclusion?
What?
Absolutely.
Committing what grapes are you talking about?
Or do you think
Exactly.
Irish people don't commit rape?
Obviously, there are men in every country that commit acts like that. Absolutely. What I'm saying is, like, for example,
Why you're not out marching the streets about the Irish men that are raping women? Do you know how many Irish women have been fucking murdered in their homes by
can I
Irish
just
men?
clarify something? There's someone in the comment, Procure Collection. They asked me what I think of the Orange Order. Fuck the Orange Order. I don't, like, it's a
Look, you're getting schooled up here. I really advise you pay attention to us. You cannot manage all these other people. You can't.
pretty sure that I can. And
All
my
right, so
point
all right, well,
was-
so you can. So all right, how about this? How many undocumented immigrants in Ireland were detected on average in the past couple of years? On
is that
average,
not
annually.
think about it, is that not an
I asked the question. How many were identified?
You're asking me how many undocumented immigrants were verified. So that's an oxymoron.
Were
'cause if they're
identified. No.
unidentified-
Nope. No. You understand, you fucking daft twat, that we do arrest people who are undocumented. We do identify undocumented workers, right? You understand that, right?
Are you actually being serious right now? You don't think
Let me help educate this fucking moron. There is an estimate that is made as to how many undocumented immigrants there are in Ireland. That's the largest number, right? That's the biggest, that's the pie, right? A slice of that pie then is how many of them does the government actually know, have confirmed are in Ireland? And that's determined by them being caught as they're exiting the country or when they're arrested is two of the most, or third if it's court related stuff. That's the number of undocumented immigrants that are identified. And then the next slice of that pie is how many undocumented immigrants are deported. So what I'm asking you is slowly, we're going to go step by step here, sweetheart, right? Because you're owning us in this debate, right? How many undocumented workers were identified on average in the past couple of years annually? What's the number? Let's see how big this problem is. Quickly, stop Googling.
No, can you tell me?
What would you guess? Since this is a big problem, what would you guess is the number we've identified, actually confirmed exist?
No, you're asking me how.
Oh, for God's sake, quickly. You said it's a big issue, didn't you?
It's a massive issue. I have to live among it. You don't. You're in the
Great.
States.
So how many?
I would estimate, I would say 20 to 25,000.
Okay, are identified. Now, how many do you think are estimated to be in Ireland?
How many was it? How far off was I?
I'll tell you after. How many now do you think are estimated then?
In
If you
terms of
think
being deported?
nope, did I say departed? Listen, this is why you're not allowed to read the comments, you daft cunt.
No, you just
I
said to
asked
me
you, the
how
first
many.
question I asked you was how many had been identified? You said 20 to 30,000. Now I'm asking you, how many do you think is it estimated? How many undocumented immigrants are estimated to be in
I
Ireland?
apologize. I didn't understand. I understand
Quickly.
now, so I'm changing my answer for the first one, and I think that it's. I would say that we're actually. I would say 5,000 or 6,000, but I would say the estimated number is higher.
It's less than 2,000 every year is identified and confirmed, of which around about, I think 1 in 5 is departed. Of the estimated numbers, it's around about 20 to 30,000 undocumented immigrants. So I want you to tell me exactly,
Right.
how is it about 25,000 people create such a strain on a country that has millions of people? Can you explain that to me?
Well, can you explain to me how
Can
I'm
you
not
answer
doing
my
wonderful?
question, you daft donkey? Can you stop doing that? You fucking you're such a fucking annoying twat. I'm asking you the most clear fucking questions, and you're pretending like I don't exist. I'll ask the question again because you got a fucking focus problem. The question was, can you explain to me how does a population of 25,000 people create such a strain on a population that's about 5 million? Can you explain that to me?
Because they come from shitholes and they turn the countries they arrive into shitholes.
How does it create a strain?
Like Sweden and like Germany.
What's the strain?
Higher rape level.
What's the strain? You said that there's a strain on the economy.
Strain is having to share your.
What's the strain on the
Do not
economy?
assimilate.
What's
Having
the
to
strain
share
on the
your
economy?
society with people from the third
What's the strain on the economy?
benefits.
I'm not asking for you to difference on the culture. Great. So you're saying having to take care of 25,000 people in a country of 5 million creates a sizable burden
Why should
that we
Ireland
care
have
about.
to?
I asked you, are you saying that having to care for 25,000 people, which by the way, we don't care for 25,000 of them. A lot of them work, right? But let's say worst case scenario, you're
Legal
saying taking
immigration.
care of 25,000
Work if
people.
they're illegal.
All right, if you've ever been look, now you're fucking showing your class. If you don't understand, lots of people work off the books in Ireland, then you're just
Listen
fucking
to me.
dumb. Shut up. You're a privileged little bitch. Shut up.
It's not
So my question for you
common
is,
sense.
explain to me how
Common
providing
sense.
for 25,000 people would cause an economic strain in a country of 5 million. It doesn't. Quick answer is it doesn't, okay? So what you're saying is it attacks the culture, right? If it attacks the culture, then explain to me this.
Said that.
What you did say it attacks the
No.
culture. You said they come from bad countries.
I didn't say it attacks the culture. I said Irish
Okay, so
culture
what
is
is-
strong enough that it would survive.
So what is it then you're saying about them coming from bad countries?
It's just basic things, man. Like it's a fucking litter everywhere.
Go on, what else?
Everywhere they live in concentrated areas just turns to shit. And not a lot of people will come on here and say, because you go, oh, that's racist and all, but it's objectively true.
Okay, great. So let me ask you this question. And if you're saying that, then explain to me why is it you think? You said it's not about immigrants. You love immigrants. You just don't like undocumented ones, right? And you're
Yes.
saying that they litter because they come from bad countries, right? Explain to me then why is it you're saying that the documented immigrants from those countries don't litter? Since you're saying
Yes,
it's
like,
part
for
of their
example,
shut up. I'm owning you. Please let me finish owning you, and then
Autistic.
you can try to wiggle out of it.
Autistic.
Okay? You can wiggle out of it as much as you want, but let me
Bag.
own you and make you look stupid for a
You're
moment.
autistic.
So explain to me why is it a documented immigrant from a culture that you say promotes littering is somehow going to be less likely to litter than the undocumented immigrant? Can you explain that to me, sweetheart?
Yes, I can explain it to you. Because what do America do when someone comes into the country? They
Can you
vet.
answer? Okay, let me mute you again. Can you answer for Ireland? I'm asking about Ireland, right?
I'll answer for Ireland because they are not sending their best when they send someone who is a doctor or a nurse or a caregiver.
What makes
or
you think
someone,
What makes you think that the documented immigrants are all doctors and lawyers? Where are you getting that from?
the documented immigrant? Because most
Where are you getting that from?
applications for right. What do you think that this is just? Yes, obviously there's immigration in terms of refuge that are documented, but other than that, they're skilled workers for the most part.
So I want to be clear.
You have to
Are
come with a
you-
fucking skill.
Sure, let me understand this then. So you don't have to come with a skill, right? Because what I'm a little confused by is you said you don't like any immigrants, right?
I never said that.
No. Sorry, let me rephrase it. You're right. You said you don't have a racial issue. You
Said it.
said you just don't like
You're wrong.
undocumented immigrants, right?
Oh.
hold on a sec. And so my, and when you say they're sending their best, documented immigrants are sending their best, right? Explain to me. Okay, I'll stop. Is that not what you just said? That the difference between a
I
documented
said they
immigrant.
aren't sending their best. I said the other ones are documented immigrants.
That's why I said the documented immigrants are sending their best.
I never
They're the
once
best.
said that. I said the undocumented immigrants aren't sending their best because they're refugees and they're unvetted.
Great. So can you tell me exactly how is it someone from Poland who decides to immigrate to Ireland? How are they vetted?
How's someone from Poland vetted?
I'm just going to remind the audience again, when a man repeats the question you've asked, they realize they just said they've entered like a really bad zone and they're about to have a bad time. And that's them trying to delay in order to come up with a good answer.
Easiest question.
What's the
Irish.
answer?
So it's the easiest
What's the
question.
vetting process? Yes, Mac.
It's the easiest question.
Like
Shut up.
5 more minutes, because
I'm just enjoying cooking this fucking pathetic
I want to
excuse for a minute.
debate.
It's
All
the
right, fine.
easiest question
5 more
I've
minutes.
given you
How
so far.
are the immigrants from Poland vetted?
Because they live in a country which shares information with Ireland properly.
How are they vetted?
Do you realize that? How are they vetted? You can see their criminal records.
How are they vetted? Yeah, but they're able to come in, right?
Pardon?
They're able to come in, right?
Not if they
Freedom
have
of
a bad
movement,
enough
right?
criminal record.
Freedom of movement, they're allowed to come in,
Yeah,
right?
freedom of movement is for a normal citizen without a crime. If you've murdered someone and you're from Poland, you're not going to get into Ireland.
You don't have any records that show that undocumented immigrants are more likely to have a murder record. What are you
Exactly,
talking
but
about,
you don't
dude?
have documents at all. If someone's from Somalia, you've no documents. So how do you know if they've raped someone or murdered someone? Do you not just think
You're
that, like,
assuming. Hang on,
I
no,
understand
stop,
that you can
How do
call
you
me
know
whatever you...
everyone in Somalia has no documents?
Pardon?
How do you know everyone in Somalia has no
Do you think
documents?
Somalia is known for its outstanding document keeping?
Well, I don't
Can we be
fucking know,
fucking
but
for
like,
real
Do you
here?
think Ireland is?
Yes, I do think that Ireland's document keeping in a judicial sense, in a medical sense, is better than Somalia. I do. I think
that doesn't mean that like every single person there has no documents. Like,
well, it means that the majority do.
How do you know the majority
99%
do?
do.
Have you ever been to Africa a single time in
Yes,
your
I
life?
have actually.
Where
I've
have you
been to
been
the
to
Ivory
Africa?
Coast.
Okay, what were you doing in Ivory Coast? That's a very niche country to go to for
I
someone's
know, I was
first
playing
trip.
in a football tournament.
So you went over there for the piss. All right, so you've never
For the
actually
piss?
been to...
How's it for the
You've
piss when I was
never...
playing the football tournament? Continue.
Let me guess, after the game, did you just get fucking drunk or did you go out and have a game of chess?
No, we...
You just got drunk. People don't fucking travel for sports, they travel for the laugh. Don't be a fucking donkey about it.
Playing for...
Great, where did you go? Where did you go?
Pardon?
Abidjan? Did you go to Abidjan? Where'd you go? Like, where'd you go? There's not many places in Ivory Coast. Where'd you go?
We were in the Ivory Coast and we were in Ghana. When I was in the Ivory Coast...
Where were you in the Ivory Coast? I asked you what
I can't
fucking
even pronounce
city.
it. It's like Yamoussoukro or something. Yamoussoukro. I can't even remember the name of it.
oh, you've no business being anywhere near Africa. Just stay away, please. Like, actually, just stay
The
away.
irony, but continue.
What's the irony?
The irony is, like, mate, you're talking about documents
What's the
and everything
irony?
else here.
What's the irony in what she just
Yeah,
said?
you've moved on from the situation because I've
What's
schooled
the irony
you
in
on.
which she just... Wait, you think you schooled me?
Yes. I've
That's
schooled you on the
embarrassing.
document side of things. You literally
Wait,
at some
wait,
point,
wait, wait.
at
What
some
do you
point,
think you
the
schooled me
argument
on?
was that Somalia's document keeping was on a par with Ireland.
I never made those arguments. What I asked you is, what did you school me on? Because that's adorable.
What was your point about Africa? Continue.
No, what did you school me on? I'm just curious.
Point is, you were all like, "Oh, I've got you now."
What did you school me on? I'm asking you to be specific. What did you
The
school me on?
Poland situation.
I do
thought-
have you on the Poland
You
situation.
don't. Because if
you
someone
know
from
what are the
Poland
offences that
had
they
a
look
rape
at?
or a murder under their belt, they wouldn't get into Ireland because it would be documented and shared.
Do you even know? First of all, you don't even understand. So
You
when
don't
it comes,
understand.
oh, that's adorable. Do you? Okay, let me ask you this question. This is really fucking simple, right? Are you making the proposition that if you're a criminal, you have to report it upon entry, or you're not allowed into the country? Which is it?
Well, that's the thing.
Which is it? You're so fucking ignorant and arrogant. Which is it?
I'm
you
not ignorant
daft
of
up?
this
Let
situation.
me educate you on it because you're so fucking dumb. So in the case of travel amongst fucking EU countries, it only matters if you've committed a schmerrous act in the past 20 years. You have to, that is a prohibition.
You guys get
Or-
one more fucking minute each. I'll start with him so you can have the last word, Irish.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, say your final piece before you get fucking dropped.
My final piece is just common sense. Like, a lot of people will have listened to this and they'll say racist, they'll say whatever.
Oh no, he got dropped. That's such a fucking shame. I'm really
That's so
devastated that
sad.
he didn't get to say his last minute apiece. I'm crying on the inside. Just to educate him because he's so fucking daft. The rule is you're allowed to freely travel within fucking Ireland, within the EU. However, if you've committed a schmerorist attack within the past 20 years, you have to report it. And as for any other quote unquote serious criminal offense, which is the terminology that's used, if he knew anything, but he clearly never fucking travels in the EU, so he doesn't even know that, you only have to report it to the country if you've committed a quote unquote serious criminal offense in the past 10 years, which means that you could have murdered someone 11 years ago and spent 11 years in jail, and you don't have to report it to the country that you're traveling to. I'm so tired of these fucking arrogant, entitled asswipes who know nothing, acting like they know everything. You can end showtime. Although,
Why my big screen? Oh my god, that's mad.
Okay, hold on, I'm fixing it. Give me just a second. Wait, what is Encore? I want to try that. Oh, wait, no. Okay, wrap up. Anyways.
well, before we move on to debates. Oh yeah, you just have to end showtime, Mac.
It's fine, just talk. It'll end on its own.
Okay, well, since we have a full 45 seconds, hey Maggie, what's up? What's going on with this friend of yours? So I have totally not been interested in dating, socializing, or engaging with people whatsoever, but I got to admit, I'm coming at the end of a 2-year self-imposed celibacy, and I'm very eager to end it. So to the extent
my God.
your friend was somehow
You're just
hoodwinked
horny.
into thinking that I'm halfway even decent, I'm willing to take advantage of her misunderstanding of who I am as a person, and I will happily take her on a night out in order to give her what will be ultimately the most mediocre, potentially disappointing 3.5 hours of her life. However, fully paid for by me, courtesy of me, and she'll certainly have a story that you'll be able to tell and share with everyone here, which will make it worth it.
No, Irish, you're not fucking doing that.
Well, that just seems unfair. Thanks, Mac. Thanks, Mom.
Well,
No,
he's gonna sleep
you're
now.
not doing that.
She will give you a follow in the morning.
Wait, Irish, you're actually gonna start, like, maybe dating soon?
I
Is that real?
look. I think the past couple of weeks.
You just want to
I'm
have sex,
starting-
that's really what it is.
No.
Oh,
it's
don't
not-
we
it's not
all?
sex.
Don't be fucking all. Ugh, Jesus.
Yeah, it's not just about sex. It is. I am very happy being solo. However, I do think I gave up on companionship, and I don't think there's any reason to. So I think I just need to be more open to the idea that finding someone is
I've been
possible.
telling you
That's
that
all.
for like 2 years.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just need to
the
be more
whole
open
life
to
is
it.
just so much better.
But
Yeah.
like, okay, but like, hold on. I have to verify. You're not gonna leave once you start dating people, correct?
Mac, let me ask you this question. If I was to leave, right, if it was an option between me staying on TikTok talking to you or me leaving TikTok and finding happiness, why is it I know you would tell me not to find happiness?
I know, Irish, don't leave TikTok,
Right.
please.
No, I just don't
Like, it'll
I just
actually
don't
go
want
to
you to
both.
have to do. Why is it an either or? Why can't it be a both?
It doesn't have to be. I think it has to be just time management. It would just reduce the number of the amount of time on. That's all. All right.
Yeah.
Listen, Maggie, we appreciate you coming up and helping to cook that fella. I am sorry for his fucking
Like, I can't
stupid
have-
statements and
Oh,
stuff.
don't be apologising. Honestly, I deal with them now on a daily basis. Yeah, Dublin's just gone a kip now, so yeah.
Yeah.
Not that it ever was not a kip, but you know, it's just extra kind of spicy fucking kip.
But
yeah,
the-
you know what I mean?
But the idea of blaming like Irish problems on immigrants is so fucking wild. It's like there's
Oh,
plenty
I
of shit we
know.
do ourselves that's a problem. But all right,
I have
well,
a better
listen,
idea.
can we get a W, Maggie, for coming up and taking that abuse from that Egypt?
Oh, thanks
All right,
so
we'll drop
much.
you on back down. Thanks, Maggie, and DM me back.
Bye, love yous.
Oh
Bye
my god. You're just a horn dog. That's really what it is.
I mean, there's always something nice about
Yes.
the overtness. Yes. All right, Emily, how can we help you?
Wait. No. Hold on, Emily. Hold on. Let me yap for a second. let me say something because I had something. So instead of dating, I think you should host a banquet, Irish, and this banquet should be
A free for all?
TikTok people.
Oh,
No,
I thought you were
I think you
suggesting
should
that the
host
women
a
should fight.
TikTok banquet. No, fucking weirdo. This
You
isn't
just
The
want a free
Bachelor.
meal?
Well, no, I don't.
I can buy you a coupon to an Uno's, Mac.
No, no. I need to like. So really what it is I just genuinely want to see like your facial expressions when you talk, and that's really what it is. I really need that in my life. I need to see you yelling at someone. So we have to invite someone fucking stupid. We can invite someone stupid that we both hate, and we can just yell at this person in real life, and it would be great. And we can invite like an audience of TikTok people.
I'm going to be so fucking for real. A large part of the anonymity that I like is the fact that I know this sounds counterintuitive. I'd be too shy. I'd feel I wouldn't want to have attention.
I would also be
on
really
me.
shy as well. That's why I would need about 5 shots of vodka before I could start this.
And we're clipped. All right, Emily, what's your take?
No, we're not. What do you mean? I'm not trying to get with
yeah.
you. I just need the courage to like yap with this person that we're gonna like hate.
Sorry, Mark, go ahead. I apologize. Mac
No,
was still talking.
respond to it. Oh yeah, we can invite that fucking Mark guy who was just up here. We can yell at him.
I'm pretty sure this is him, Mac. But go ahead, Emily.
Hold on, Emily. Respond to what I said. Verify that this would be a fun plan.
It'd be a very fun plan. I'm in on it.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Mark, go ahead.
We'll get the details going.
Oh, it's not Mark, yeah.
Okay, Mark. Anything else, Mark?
Fucking idiot.
Are you just sad that you got kicked, Mark, and you decided to come up here? See how when I'm paying
Why?
attention, you aren't able to get away with shit. Do you notice that, Mark? Mark, did you notice that? That the moment I'm paying
He just
attention, you don't get away with
my
shit?
whole fucking banquet plan to come up here and say that. Like, Mark, you're no longer invited to the banquet.
He just made my day. He made my day because I'm paying attention. Of course, I'm gonna fucking know it's you. Oh, so sad. It wasn't Mark. You meant to say I'm not Mark, you idiot. Let me just block you so you can go get another alt account.
No, yeah, exactly, Dom. Like, again, well, maybe 5 shots is excessive. 2 at the minimum, for sure. To socialize, simply to socialize. But I think a banquet would be fun, for sure. Like, could you imagine? Hold on. Let me imagine something for a second. Just imagine for a moment the girls like, I don't know, I'm assuming like since it's a banquet, right? We would all have to be in the same place. So the girls' hotel room, it might have to be multiple rooms, but you know what I mean. The girls' hotel
Can we get a family room?
/ bathroom. I mean, we could.
Not with
but we
you.
would
Oh,
need-
no, cancel. No. I meant like, all right.
Oh my gosh, not like that. Not
But-
like that.
well,
like
well,
one
hang
that
on.
joins.
Just a
One
really
that,
quick
like-
point. Emily account, Emily being Mark, was following 11 people. Look at who Emily was following. The British Empire. Huh. It's weird, right? How many Irish people do you know follow 11 people and one of them is called the British Empire? Isn't that weird? Sorry, Mac. Such a
Okay, yeah,
fucking
but like
loser.
what I was gonna say was, okay, as in like you're talking about the room that joins, right? Like it can join like some hotel rooms. They can kind of like they have like 2 separate like hotels and they like join together.
Yes, but I'm gonna be so fucking for real.
That would be iconic.
Knowing the fact that
Okay, don't ruin my hypothetical fantasy land, please and
I
thank you.
genuinely don't think I would be able to do it. I would feel too self-conscious.
No, you would be fine. Oh my gosh, why would you feel self-conscious?
Okay, here's the reason why. Is because I like a lot of people in the comments, right? But I would be fearful that some people in the comments would be like coming up and saying, like, I like what you do. And yeah, exactly. Amy being like, everyone's staring at me. And it's like, I genuinely, I'm very secure. I like myself and all that. I don't think I'm deserving of that. Like, I just don't. And I would feel
No, but
really
like,
self-conscious
I
So
think
that's
it
why I
would
that,
was
be
amazing.
more so like a fun, like broken family reunion get together where it would be really fun and like it would just be a yap fest. And again, but okay, I was just gonna say really quickly, and then we can like get on to what you were saying. I think the girls like that would just be so fun. But unless it was like circle style where like everyone filtered in one at a time. If it was circle style, then we would all have to be like we couldn't see each other before, you know, because it would be like a buildup of like people coming
so, Mac,
through.
you're too young to know this, but there's a film that I just showed about a week ago called Four Weddings and a Funeral. And in it, there's a scene where Hugh Grant goes to a wedding, and the person who organizes the seating put him at a table where he was surrounded by all of his exes. Why do I feel like if I went to a banquet with a whole bunch of people from TikTok, that it would feel like I'm in a room with a whole bunch of my exes? I don't
But it
think I
would
would like
be
that.
no, but it would be so much better than that because it would be like it would be iconic. Like you could invite some men too. Like we could invite like Keith and like Ernesto. So it wouldn't just be you.
Not Ernesto.
It'd be fine. I think it'd
I
be
hate
fun.
that
I'm
guy.
still pro the banquet slash like masquerade ball, I think you were saying. Oh
I
my
feel.
gosh.
Oh,
Ernesto just removed Dom.
why? What did Dom do?
Talked about Ernesto.
Oh, I and Eamon and David. I agree. Okay. I yeah. No, I'd feel way too self conscious. I don't think I could do it. I could do what I do love the idea though is if it was like a type of like big banquet sort of thing. I could see Mac at the head of the table because like where else would she fucking be?
Oh
And
my god.
I would be so keen to do it if we all wore masquerade masks.
That would be a
No, you
lot
can't do
better
a
because
banquet
I would
without.
actually not want to be at the head of the table. That would actually really terrify me. I don't like that. No, 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 no. No. I don't want to be at the head of the table. That's weird. I just want to be plopped in the middle somewhere and I want to yap. I would honestly, you know where I would be? Jen would be there. I would be with Jen. I would be yapping it up with Jen. We would be making fun of you and like whatever you were wearing or like whatever you were saying, and we would just be whispering in the background, and you would like across the table yell, "What the fuck are you guys saying about me?" And then
Wait.
we would just giggle to each other. Like I could see it now.
I love Quacky's comment, my face is my moneymaker. And then I love Ernesto's comments, cover this face? But now that I'm thinking about it, here's the thing that I actually would agree to. Ready? It's not great for you guys, but it's not horrible. Okay. What I would agree to is as follows: meeting in New York City and going to an event called, I'm not sure if I'm going to get it right, but I think it was called
Upstate New York.
See No More. And this is a 3 to 4 floor warehouse that's been converted into an event space. And it's basically a large warehouse where there's multiple plays taking place at the same time, all of which are period pieces like the 1800s. And so you walk around this warehouse, and as you move from area to area, you're seeing different parts of the play out. However, the famous thing about say no more or something is you have to have a masquerade mask on. Sleep no more. That's what it is. You have to have a white opera-like mask on, and you're not allowed to say a single word. And the cool thing about this
Bro.
event is walking around looking at people.
Mac would perish.
I think it would be amazing because I feel like Mac would have like giggly body movements that everyone would be able to identify.
You would be able to identify me because I'm short as fuck.
Mac is a fucking Leo. She can't be quiet that long.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to be quiet, especially if you put
There's
me there with like Jen or someone like Jen, or maybe even Dom. Dom would just say something, and I'd be like, I'm like, yeah, I could just see it now.
you
But
know, us
again,
being
like that's not fun because I don't get to fucking see your face whenever you're yelling at someone or like laughing. Like I really just like need to like I need that. Like I need
no,
to see a
me
video
and Mac meeting
of
up
you
would be a fucking
talking.
movie. Me and Mac meeting up would be a movie, bro.
Oh my gosh. It would be.
Ernesto, I don't want you to talk. When you talk, it makes me kind of sleepy. Your voice kind of relaxing, low-key.
So now that I went to Google it, I understand that me showing this picture, everyone's going to think I'm a sex freak. And there is something inherently sexual about it. But this is a photo from the event, and you're not allowed to take photos at the event. No cameras are allowed. And on your left are two of the actors, and on your right are just people wearing the masks you have to wear.
So,
I love it. I would do that in a heartbeat. I would love
so,
the idea that people would be guessing as to who I am.
but like,
And like
I can't, like,
we could all wear distinctive clothing. So at the end of the event, we could all be like, I think he was the blank blue shirted guy or whatever it may be.
oh,
I
I would
love
know
it.
exactly who you. No. I would know exactly who you
So
are
easy.
immediately.
That'd
I
probably be
would
so
know. I would
easy.
just fucking know because I would see someone fucking staring at me. This mass, like what I picture you to like. I picture your height to be like,
Ooh, I have a
you
fan.
know. I
Am I
picture you to be
muting
like.
that person?
That's fine. It's fine.
Anyways, I picture you to be like semi taller, not like the tallest person ever, but definitely like you're semi taller.
Oh, Shay, what's your
So like I would
problem?
just look out for the tall person who's like
Oh, look, it's
built,
Mark again. Bye bye,
I was like,
Mark.
it's probably Mark.
Oh,
who's
Mark.
built kind of like.
Hold on, Mac, hold on.
Is
Hey,
your bedtime, little
Shay,
guy?
Mark, can you do me a favor? Mark, do me one quick favor, will you?
Ruining my
Explain
fun.
to me, explain to me why, Mark, you're the 11 people you're following on your alt account that we found. Can you explain why you're following an account that's the British Empire?
Mark's attracted to me.
But anyways, Irish, you if you did go to that, you should wear this outfit that you have on here in your profile picture to that because this outfit would eat.
Lots of people wear tuxes like that. So, Mark, why are you following this account if you're Irish? Isn't that weird, Mark? You only
I
follow
would just look
11
at the
people on the account.
hands.
That's weird,
I could
Mark.
identify you based off of your hands,
Bye, Mark.
for sure.
I feel like it'd be so easy.
It would be. You would just look around and look at the fucking like tallish, broaded, like shouldered, obviously man who's like staring at you. Like it'd be so easy.
Mac, you have guessed all of those things about me.
I'm telling you,
You don't know if any of those are true. Remember,
I know a lot about you.
Look,
I could
look
lie
at the
about
I have a
all
lot
of
of
them.
document boobs.
I have a
what'd
lot
you
of
say, Doc?
internal thoughts.
Boobs. It would be so easy to catch you.
Oh my god. Yeah, Dom's got that over
I'm
you for
telling
sure.
you. I'm telling you right now.
Gagged.
There's no
You think he would just
actual
like
way in hell. I'll say there's no actual way in hell I'd be able to walk past this man and him not look.
That's the whole point of this event is that you're able to hide it. Because you're wearing the mask, so like everyone's staring at everyone. Trust me.
well, I like an event where I like we can talk and drink alcohol. I prefer that event.
Facts. Yeah.
Did Dom just say sex?
I said facts.
Facts.
Jesus
Oh, I heard
Christ.
sex.
Get your head out the Of course he fucking did.
He's horny. Don't worry about him. He's just on his period.
Oh, Eamon, I didn't catch the Scottish Campbell. Good catch. Wait, I want to be clear. Shay just said I'm not Mark. Is he dumb?
Clearly you are, because you literally came in and came directly at me.
Like, is he really that dumb that we don't like? I'm now paying attention, you donkey. You're not smart.
Not Mark, he's Chris.
Nutka, we all have distinguishable features. I don't know about that. And Amy, the voice can't give you away because it's Sleep No More. You're not allowed to say a single word. That's one of the rules. You get kicked out.
I'm definitely recognizable.
This is
I can't
this
help
is
it.
how I picture Irish would act. Hold on, let's see.
I don't like that.
So
Yeah, but Nutka, you
People-
cover up the tats, obviously.
People would either. The only reason people wouldn't know it was me is because people think I'm taller than I actually am. That would
Well,
be the
there's
only
also
reason.
hundreds of other people there.
Everybody thinks I'm taller than 5'.
this
That
is
is
how I
not me,
picture.
Ernesto.
No, that's just how this is. No, this is my friend, but this is how I picture you would act.
She's. What is with you and all the hot friends? Can I get in your friend
Wait,
group?
wait,
TikTok, but I fear the FYP is too good. The slow caressing of the wands. They know what they're doing. This guy with the lean and the they know exactly what they're doing. And once I watched one, it was like one after another after another. I don't know the whole slow. I don't know what I would do if this happened to me. Do I need to book a trip to Universal Orlando to find out what's happening? They know they're on to us, you guys. They know what they're doing with the mask and the lean. This time last year, I was on Ghost Face with no t-shirt TikTok, and now here I am on Death Eater Riz TikTok, and it's just one video after the other. Guys,
So, do I think that
I are
could work?
aligned.
Yes. Would I feel cringe? Yeah, so I wouldn't do that.
Her and I are aligned here.
I just really need to see Irish's facial expressions when he's talking. I also need to see how red he turns when he laughs or yells.
I don't go red.
You're a
don't.
liar.
No, I
I
don't.
also-
Right.
I also
really
need to have the satisfaction of
Wait, I really don't.
crushing your ego just a little bit in person. And
Oh my god, I would never show up now. Thanks, Mac. Blame Mac.
Max, what do you do?
just a little bit, but then I would build it back up and it'd be fine.
No, so
That's crazy
sleep.
because,
The
like,
reason
I
why
turn red.
the reason why Sleep No More is actually perfect is because you go there and you spend about 2 to 3 hours at the event, but then there's also a great cocktail bar that's attached, and you're able to pop in there anytime you want during the event because it's literally watch what you want and then leave. And at the end of the event, the bar is all night, so you can just stay there. So
Okay, well, I'm good with it now.
yeah, but I'm not saying I would necessarily go to the bar.
Oh my god. Fuck you.
Yo, he's like just
You
fucking
would.
it up.
You
Fucking
would.
everything up right now.
He definitely would. He would be there and he would be yeah, you would.
Listen.
I know you would. He would be standing there in his mask and his tux and he'd be tapping his glass with his fucking finger, his fat sausage finger.
I do that. I would be doing that.
You'd be able to tell who he is and he would be sitting
No,
there
you
in
don't choose
a
it.
seductive-y kind of way, attempting
That glass
to
move I do is something I do
seduce
still all the
someone.
time. You're right. I would be doing that.
What a bitch.
He would be like,
The
"Oh, I
glass
can
move is
see
very
it in my
effective.
head.
Don't blame
I
me.
can
It's an
see it in my
effective
head.
move. All right.
Oh
I
my
can see it in my
God.
head right now." And the thing is that I would be spying on this man while he is flirting with other people. I would absolutely watch him flirt. I would absolutely be
There
spying
is
on him.
no way I would flirt at an event where we're meeting people. No way. Stupid. I can't go if Brussels is live. I don't know what to tell you. I'm also live.
You would say, "Bro, Shubity, whose side are you on?" Not you making.
It's
Irish
funny
split friends.
because I just told Shubity to start advertise, or Shubity came to me and we agreed to start advertising when Brussels goes live because it's similar themed stuff because we don't want to advertise everyone, but grape culture lives generally I think is good to advertise. And that was only 2 days ago, and now she's literally coming into this live to get people from this live to go to Brussels. So now it's like you can't
That's
give them an
crazy.
inch. You cannot give them an inch.
That's crazy because that's just insane.
It's just disrespectful.
I need to restart, but
I mean, did
just had
Brussels
to,
make Shubity the head of their server? Did she? I don't think. Did she? I don't think so. Did she?
I do need to restart, but I
Yeah,
thought
restart.
it would
It's
be
fine.
fun to share my banquet ideas because I think that that's something that needs to happen. Because again, you're not allowed to die before I see you yell at someone in person.
Jesus Christ, Max.
Mac, I
Well, he's
think
just really old compared to me. That's all. That's the only reason
love
I
you,
said that.
Shubity.
Fair
No
point.
hate. I just think the reality of the situation is I'm very good at first dates and all that kind of stuff because it's not necessarily positive attention I'm getting. I would never be
Oh
able to
my
go to a
God.
setting where I'm getting positive attention. No fucking
You
way.
wouldn't
It
be
would freak
getting
me out.
no. Wait, but what's okay? Then you want to be like berated? I could do that as well.
No, I'd be too self-conscious, Mac. Oh my God, restart.
Okay, well,
Come
I
on.
could be nice to you. I could be nice to you and so could everyone else. It'd be fine. He
Not
left.
him running. Not him running.
Damn it.
Delete you.
Okay, I am gonna restart. I am gonna restart.
Too strong,
'Cause-
Matt. Too strong.
Okay, I'm gonna restart. Yeah. I'll be back. Don't go to Brussels Live. Lose their jobs.
A lot of them do.
No, not the majority.
No, a lot of them do. Just like if you're
What would
accused,
a lot be?
just if
what
you're
would a lot
accused,
be?
just like if you're accused of
What's the
sexual
percentage
harassment.
and the statistic on
If you're
that?
accused of sexual harassment, the company will probably fire you because they don't want to deal with the repercussions of that.
What's the statistic on the amount of people who have been accused, whether it's false or true, right? It doesn't matter. What is the statistic on those people being fired from their job? Do you have that?
It's probably around 10-15%.
I would say no, and I would disagree with that. Like, that's a high
Well, what
number.
I'm
I would
saying
say, like, and also you don't have a statistic to back it up. So, like, why should I believe
What's the
you?
statistic then?
I don't know. You're the one making the claim, so why don't you?
I'm saying your whole
rep-
background is saying it don't ruin lives. So show
Right,
me
they
the
don't.
statistics
Okay,
behind
so
it.
yeah, I can tell you why they don't ruin lives.
Why not?
Yeah, they don't ruin lives because the majority of like allegations, even if they're true, there's no repercussions to like someone simply saying that you've done something. There's no repercussions monetarily wise. There's no repercussions as in their career. There's no repercussions as in their reputation for the most part. Not saying that it can never happen in the future, but just saying like historically and also statistically, it doesn't happen today.
I'm saying, like, you remember that boy on CNN that Indian guy was playing the drums in front of his face and they called him a racist and tried to ruin his life with that? Everywhere he went.
No, I don't recall that.
You don't remember that case? I'm sure Mojo remembers that case.
I don't
Maybe
recall
another
that at all. I don't even know what you're talking
Anywho,
about.
what they were doing was all over the news. They were saying this boy's a racist because he was smiling while this Indian guy was playing drums in front of him. But it came out to be that was false. The Indian guy went in front of the boy's face and started playing the drums, and the boy was laughing because he didn't know why he was in front of him doing that. But when that was going on, the college suspended the boy, and no other college would accept his applications.
Right,
So he was accused of doing something he did not do, and it could have ruined his life if it was not proven wrong.
So I'm talking specifically on allegations of sexual assault.
Well, I'm just saying,
So you brought up an allegation that's not necessarily like topical, but
If I could chirp in, or how much longer do I have to wait around?
you can go ahead, Mojo. I'll give my time to you.
yeah, you can chime in whenever you're able to. So go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. So with the false
Do
accusations,
you remember that
don't
CNN
rely
thing I
kind
was
of
talking
thing.
about? Do you remember that CNN thing I was talking about?
Nah, I don't watch news.
Okay, go ahead though.
No, but with the false accusations kind of thing is for me. I kind of get both of your guys' sides, but that's what I usually do is try to be neutral. But so with the false thing in my head is, I know the truth. The truth will set me free. So it doesn't matter what allegations you throw on me. It's not going to bother me. And at the same time, things do happen where the government and judicial system doesn't pull through, and you get in trouble, and yet you have to serve this time or do whatever. But at the same time, you stuck by being the truth, but you're still going through this trial. It's gonna make you a bigger and badder person. Like you're like no matter what, like you're gonna come up on top.
Yeah, but I just don't think you should be able to
Can I go next?
somebody of something without having evidence of it. Because you can accuse anybody of anything. I mean, she could accuse you, Mojo, of something right now that ain't even true.
Can I just
Yeah,
say?
I just have trust in myself. You know what I mean?
I know, but I'm saying the public sector won't believe you. They'll believe her over.
That's not how that works in today's society.
Yeah, they will. That's when they said believe all women. That's when believe all women came out.
In our
SA,
society, we run things by social.
the whole movement. I know, but the whole movement of believe the woman was because of SA allegations.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm talking about Mojo.
You talking about what?
What I do?
No, I wasn't.
He was just giving. He was just agreeing on both sides. He wasn't really agreeing with one of them.
Let me just say that. Are we all aware of American history?
What are you talking about? What topic are you talking about?
I just want to ask before I get to
where you going though? Where you going with this?
I'm asking the host. Is she aware of American history?
Yeah, what about American history?
Well, because you said historically that it will show that this isn't true when this is a complete false claim. Of all the black people that were falsely accused of sexual assault in American history, and you can sit here and say that this is a thing that's not true. Of all the women that were falsely accused of being witches, of all the people that were falsely accused of just blatant things. Okay,
I'm specifically talking on sexual assault and
so sexual assault, so it can still correlate.
Right.
It can still
correlate. I'm gonna answer his question. I'm gonna answer his question.
I'm blocking the host.
Mojo, I'm out of here.
Okay, so I'm gonna answer the host question, Katana. So what I was gonna say was that like when it comes to black men being accused and having like facing serious consequences as a result, I do agree with you that was something that did take place. However, I'm talking on the majority, and the vast majority of people who were rapists. Hold on. Can you let me continue talking? So the vast majority of people who were graping were white men, and that's still today. That's still relevant today. The vast majority of men in this country who are committing grape are white men. I believe it's like 70% of perpetrators of grape are white men in this country. So it's a large percentage. So I'm talking on
That's not what
like
says.
when I said historically, what I meant was the majority of people. I'm not specifically talking on black men being
That's not
accused.
what your prompt said.
Yeah, let me finish. I'm not necessarily talking on black men being accused because, like, respectfully, I think that that was more so an issue of racism than a false accusation. Because if
there is a white man.
Yeah, again, here you are cutting me off again. Just let me finish. Like, give me the respect and let me finish. I don't know why you're not doing that. So what I wanted to say was, in regards to black men being falsely accused, Katana, I think that's more of an issue of racism, because if you did that to a white man back in the day, nothing would happen to him.
Okay, so let me just say I understand that to the people, you and to the people in the comments that are like, oh, it's to racism, it's about racism. I understand that, okay? But you made the claim that it doesn't happen historically, and then your prompt also doesn't say that as well. So what I'm saying is that to say that it historically hasn't ruined lives, which is a situation when somebody is getting accused of sexual assault, they're getting treated completely differently than, and even from the race standpoint, right? Somebody that was black, that was getting falsely accused of stealing something, still was getting treated less worse than somebody that was accused of
Yeah, she
sexual
already
assault.
agreed with you, Katana. She already agreed with you.
No, I was just saying that.
Again, Tana, I don't think it was the false accusation, which necessarily caused a lot of the harm to these people who experienced this racism back like 80-ish years ago. I think it was the fact that people in America were racist because, again, if you had accused a white man of the same thing 80 years ago, and whether that be true or false, nothing was going to happen to that white man. White men were out there raping black women and also, their wives and getting away with it routinely. So it wasn't the allegations that were the problem. It was the racism.
Katana, would Emmett Till, hang on, Katana, would Emmett Till have happened if he was white? And you know the answer is no, right?
No, it wouldn't happen if he was white.
Wouldn't have happened, right? And that's because Emmett Till
that disputes that.
by
Yeah,
the way.
well, you can, and you can say it to yourself in silence because I'm talking to
Well,
Katana. You've got a
actually,
real
that's
problem with
actually
interrupting.
well.
Katana,
My
just hang
fault.
on
Go
one
ahead,
second.
finish. Go ahead, finish.
Katana,
Yeah,
just respectfully, okay?
yeah. Go ahead.
I honestly think you're almost trivializing the role that racism plays in these specific occurrences that you're pointing to by
Mhm.
suggesting it's a false allegation. Because
Okay.
otherwise, Mac keeps telling you white men were accused all the time. They were not unalived, right?
That's not true.
And so
Right.
there's no question that racists weaponized false allegations, just
Right.
like racist cops weaponized a $20 counterfeit bill to unalive George Floyd, right? But
Yeah.
that was not the underlying issue. And so I want to be super clear. I'm a co-host here, and we strongly agree with you. But what we would
No,
say is that that's false accusation plus racism. Without the
I
racism, I
understand.
don't think you have that issue.
So you're saying
And
you're
I
picking
agree that
apart.
when it comes to men who are black who've been accused, you have to have more pause. You cannot immediately jump to the same degree you would against a white person because you don't have that history of accusations being weaponized against black people.
Yeah.
And what I would just caution you against is up here, Mac and I are aligned with you that if you're black, you're more likely to be falsely accused, and therefore you have to be a little bit more careful. But don't let white dudes use the things that have happened to black men in order to protect them from being accused. Do you know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Because
So
that's what they're
you,
doing all the time, man.
no, I get what you're saying. I want everybody to know something clear, though. The only reason why I made the claim was because what she said verbatim. I get that she cleared it up now, and that's cool. But I'm just saying that what she said verbatim before that and correlated to that and what the prompt says, that's why I made that. That's why I said what I said. So,
Yeah, no,
yeah,
I
yeah.
agree. People like you coming up and clarifying or asking those questions is a good thing because it gives us a chance to like make that point again. So it's not about like baiting people to come up here in order to like make them look stupid or something. It's literally we want people to come up and have that discussion so people understand that racism is often used. Racists
Yeah.
often use false allegations,
So I
but
want
don't make it sound like the false allegation is the
Can I
issue.
say something real
Racists are
quick?
going to use anything they can.
can
Can I say
I
something
ask
real quick?
Mac one more thing? Is this your claim of this happening historically, is it strictly America, or is you talking about everywhere, or do we want to keep the topic on America only?
I mean, I typically only talk from American perspective because I don't know the
Okay,
history of other countries.
Well, 50
okay,
I
Shades.
would say that like I would like make the claim that every single country in the world has a grape culture. Whether that's like more harmful or less harmful, I don't know. I could make guesses, but I don't live there, so like I don't know.
yeah,
50
sure.
Shades, I got a question.
Well,
Yes.
Katana, we're going to drop you down only because I think you and I and the hosts have gotten to an understanding. But we do appreciate you
Oh
coming up.
well, I
Oh,
wasn't.
go ahead.
Wait. That wasn't my. That was one
Okay,
of
all
my
right, sorry.
points.
So stay,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
stay up
no,
here.
yeah,
We'll let
yeah.
Trump go. Go ahead,
But I
Trump.
want to let Trump say what he got to say. Yeah.
Well, you said it was racially profiling. Well, yes, to a degree it was. I agree with you. And you said there would be no repercussions if it was
Who are you
white.
talking about? George Floyd or Emmett Till?
Well, George Floyd wasn't a good person. But hold on. When
I'm
it comes,
sorry. Was he unalived because he was a
I'm
bad
not saying
person?
the way he got on the live was right, but he was not a good person.
Hang on. That's like saying a person got raped, but they weren't a good person.
No,
Wait,
he
are
wasn't
we?
a felon. He was known for
It's
robbing
on
people.
the.
I
He was,
asked you, Trump. What I asked you was, you're suggesting that his history had anything to do with him being unalive
I didn't
because
say he
the
should have been on
interact.
the live.
Yes, you did. Shut the fuck up. Because the interaction that I saw, the video I saw, was not someone who deserved to be unalived or treated like that. Period. Full stop. And when you come up here and you say he wasn't a good person, what does that mean? Does that mean that his life is less worthy?
No, I didn't say his life was from
Or
less.
what was the point you were making by saying
I
that
just
he
said he
wasn't a
should
good
have been on the
person? What does that
live.
mean?
I just say he shouldn't have been on the live the way he was. But
Why
just
did you say he wasn't a good person? I'm asking you, what was the
because he
relevance
was
of
known
that?
to rob people, he was known for theft,
What was the relevance of saying
murder, he
that?
was known for a lot of stuff.
What
There
was the
was a
relevance of
lot of
saying
drugs in
that?
the system. What?
What
That's why I'm
was
saying
the
he's not a good person. He
relevance
did a lot
of
of
saying
immoral
that?
things. He did a lot of immoral things.
And what's the relevance of saying that?
Because you were saying George Floyd, you get an example as that, as like he was a good person. Because I was giving
No,
him.
I said he was a victim of racism, and you
I
made
don't
it
think
Oh
sound
Lord, have
like
mercy.
he was a victim of being a bad person. So which is it, Trump?
Trump.
I don't think it was racism why they did that. You could say
It's
it's
don't think
Okay,
it was
so
racist.
Trump,
you could say it's a police
how does this
authoritarianism.
always get so fucking derailed?
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to make. I want to make it clear one more time. I only made the claim because I was responding to something. This wasn't me trying to bring up race, make it about race.
I got
Uh,
you, buddy.
so yeah.
No, but
So but back to
Katana,
the.
notice that. Okay, hang on. I gotta double check. Let me just double check. Trump, hang on. I don't want
What was he saying?
to. White.
No, I'm Indonesian. I mean, I'm a Native American.
Okay, so can I ask you, why is it you only care about black men when you're able to tokenize them in order to defend what white people do?
I'm not tokenizing them and defending what white people do. I just said what the police
You
did.
are. You defended what the police did to
I
George
just said it
Floyd
was
by saying
completely
George
wrong.
Floyd was a bad
I said it
person.
was completely wrong how he got unalived. I said it was
No, you
completely
just said he
wrong.
was a bad person, and that's why he got
No, I
unalived.
said it was completely wrong. I said he shouldn't have been unalived.
So
I said
why
it
did
was-
he get unalived if it wasn't racism?
Because I was thinking it was police authoritarianism. I don't think it was racism.
Okay, you're a fucking donkey. All right, what's your next
White
point,
people,
Trump?
white
Move it
people
on.
get unalived more by cops than black
Yeah,
people.
can we go back to the
Oh my
topic? Yeah, I'm
god.
not gonna.
Can we just
Yeah,
stay
Per
on
capita, black
fucking
people get more
topic? Why
unalived.
do men
Trump,
have such a
next
hard
point.
issue staying on topic? The topic,
I mean, I
let
can
me
stay on topic,
re-clarify.
but you keep
Let me
muting me, so.
re-clarify. Yeah,
Let
all
all American
American.
do it.
Let me re-clarify. I definitely want to talk to American, but just give me a second. Let me all clarify for everyone on the panel. This topic is about grape and sexual assault. Anything outside of that is bullshit, and I don't want to hear it. Okay? Sorry, not
that's fair.
sorry.
No, that's fair.
okay. Yeah, no, yeah.
So like, don't
Thank you
bring up
for.
false allegations of bullshit that like doesn't pertain to any of that. Please and thank you.
Okay, that's fair.
So now back. So we're going back to this. You made another claim that I wanted to ask you about. Or which is pretty much the prop in general. So when I came up here, I was more so asking something about what you say about historically. But now that we cleared that up, we were talking about this situation of now. I mean, even though I still disagree historically, I'm just saying. So why would you feel like this doesn't ruin lives as of today?
Yeah, it doesn't ruin lives today because, like, first of all, the majority of people who are accused are not even reported to the police. Only about 1/3 of people who claim to have been raped go to police and report. So that leaves about 2/3 of people who have done it not even reported to the police. So, you know, there's not even a room for that person to be convicted if they're not, you know, being reported to the police. And as for those who are reported to the police, you know, you have a very slim chance at even being prosecuted and an even slimmer chance at being found guilty for rape. So, you know, even if you are reported to police, you should still feel pretty comfortable in the fact that it's probably not going to go anywhere, especially if it's false. And then as for like societal consequences for false allegations, I would argue that they are non-existent for the most part. I think the worst thing that happens to people who are falsely accused is potentially losing out on career opportunities. But again, I think career opportunities can be like, you can seek out career opportunities elsewhere. Like, just because you don't get a job at a certain company or just because you lose a job at a certain company does not mean that your career is ended and your life is ruined.
Well, that's not necessarily true. They can blacklist you. The company can blacklist you from working in that specific group.
I mean, maybe if you're like a nurse or some sort of a medical professional or potentially a teacher, but like majority of men, those aren't male-dominated fields. Like nursing and teachers are not male-dominated fields. So like these pink-collar fields where you have to have a good background and you're not like able to you know, like kind of like fuck up in any sort of way, like with your reputation, those aren't dominated by men. Those are dominated by women, and women aren't the ones raping and sexually assaulting people.
Okay, so now can I say that?
Somebody was accused of it, right? And they blacklisted him. That wasn't even true. It came out not to even be true, and he can't work.
A company can't blacklist you if you work for some like tech company. Like,
they can put you on a list.
So for real.
They can put you on a list.
There's not some list out there that like
What's the source
you're
for
gonna
that
be
blacklisting list?
put on that like companies can look at.
Yes, but they can blacklist you from working
Let
there.
me wait. Hold on, Trump. Let me
Right.
respond.
If you get fired from a company, you're probably not going to go back. I said that you can seek opportunities outside of that company.
I'm talking
And
about
that
essentially.
and let me also remind you guys that that is a very, very, very like extreme circumstance where you're getting fired due to a false allegation. We are talking about very extreme circumstances here where that is like worst case scenario for like such a small percentage of people. The majority of people who are accused, they don't have any sort of repercussions at all.
Can we
Like
listen
nothing.
to we see what
So,
all American got to say? He hasn't got to speak yet.
well, damn, you kind of rude. Okay. I mean, All American, yeah, you got. I'll respond after you want me to, because you were kind of waiting.
Okay, so the only thing that I'm going to cite that disproves the host's prompt is Scott Espinoza, a guy that's like as white as me, was facing 35 years for grape due to a false allegation. He was sitting in jail awaiting trial, and his mother committed suicide because of the embarrassment that she faced for having her son being accused of such a horrendous act.
I didn't say that false convictions don't ruin lives. We're talking
False
about false
accusations. He was never convicted. It was a false
But he was sitting
accusation.
in jail.
He was sitting in jail because of the accusation.
He was sitting. So there was never a trial.
Because when it went to
some states you
trial,
get
it was
arrested.
proven a false accusation.
So then why did his mom kill herself before the trial?
Because of the false
Run me through that
accusation.
logic. Run me through that logic.
The embarrassment. I know.
Run it
Run
through
me
the
through.
logic.
Hold on.
The
Run me through that
accusation
logic.
that you are prompting that false accusations never ruin
But
lives.
why? Hold
the
on. I'm
false
poking holes in that
accusation
story because
is
that
what
seems like
caused
bullshit.
her to commit suicide
You
because so
said
many
that
people.
you said that he wasn't convicted and that he sat in jail.
Yes, he was sitting in jail because of the false accusation, facing 35 years in prison because of the accusation. And while he was sitting in jail
How many
because of
days
the
in
accusation,
jail?
He was in jail. I know this case. He was in jail for about a year and a half. What's the evidence that the mother unalived herself due to that?
his own words.
So there's no evidence?
Oh, so the victim's words is not evidence?
No, him repeating the woman's
The victim's words is not evidence.
dumbass. Him stating what his mom told him, that's not evidence. That's literally hearsay. So I'll ask again, what is the evidence that the mother unalived herself because of the fact?
So you don't believe victims?
What victim?
Just let him.
What victim?
The man is the victim in that case.
Okay, I'm asking about the mother. I'm asking why are you saying that the mother unalived herself due to him being charged? What's your evidence for that?
Wait, can I ask a question real quick?
No, hang on. I want
Victim's
to.
words. Do you not
What
believe the
victim's
victim's
words?
words?
The man, Scott. So
Yes,
you want
he
me
is the
to
victim
trust?
in that situation. Do you not?
Hey, slow down. You're
What
not
was his first
following.
and last name again?
It's Espinoza. It's a San Diego case. It's about 10 years ago. I know this case. I'm asking you again the question, and you're not answering it, right? I'm asking you.
answering it.
Let me rephrase the question because you seem to be especially stupid. My question for you is, what is the evidence that Scott had that his mom unalived herself because he was accused? What's the evidence?
The victim's words himself.
Hearsay.
So
there's no
victim's
evidence.
words are hearsay now?
Yeah, because it's you're not taking first person testimony. You would, I assume, be saying that Scott said his mom told him right before she unalived, which is not what she said, because Scott was behind bars when she was unalived. So I'm curious how Scott knew. I'm curious how Scott knew.
Why do you keep
When you get out
muting
of
me when
jail.
I try to
Because you're
answer?
interrupting me.
No, I'm not. I'm
Now
literally
you're
silent. And you're
So go ahead and answer the
muting
question.
me. I answer the question and then you mute me.
I'm asking you, how did Scott know why the mother unalived herself?
Because the mother sent him a letter telling him exactly why she unalived herself.
Where's the letter? I've never seen the letter. Where's the letter? You should be able to Google it,
So
right?
you do not believe the victim?
No, show me the letter.
Why did he
You
get
do
kicked?
not believe the victim. Got it.
Show me the letter.
The victim said it.
Show me
That's
the letter,
enough for
bitch.
you, right?
Hey, bitch boy, show me the letter. Show me the letter, bitch boy. Show me the letter right now from the mom saying, I'm about to unalive myself due to the fact that you've been accused. Show me that letter, bitch boy.
So
Oh, you
how
don't have the letter? So instead, what you're doing is what a lot of fucking pussy ass men like you do all the time, which is you're trying to weaponize the word victim, which is meant to pertain to victims of SA, and you're trying to apply it to the dude who is accused. The perpetrator is not the victim, and you're trying to say
Why
that
do you keep
you're trying to get
muting
some
me
sort of moral high
when I'm
ground,
answering?
bitch boy, by saying that I'm not listening to the victim. No, I'm not listening to the accused rapist and taking it on his word alone that his mommy unalived herself because he had been accused. So when you told me that there's a letter, I was thinking, that's cool because that's actually objective evidence. So do you have the fucking letter, bitch boy? Yes or no?
It was proven in court. He
It's a
was
yes or no,
not.
bitch boy. It's a yes or no. Do you have the
Would she
letter?
unalive herself or no, Filthy? You
Hey,
said you
Trump,
know
don't
the
make me drop you, okay? I'm happy to talk to you, but let me embarrass this guy first, okay? Do you have the
So are you
letter?
going to let me answer, or you're just going to
Do
mute?
you have the letter? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
You going to let me answer, or are you going to mute?
A yes or no question, bitch boy. Do you have the letter?
He
Show me a
was
copy
proven
of the letter.
innocent.
If
I
this
didn't
was
ask,
such
was he proven
a,
innocent, bitch boy? I asked
why
you,
can't I
how
find
did you
anything on
know?
anything on Google about this? Like, why
The
is it so
reason
hard
is
to find
because
information?
it is a,
There's
look, I
literally
don't know if
huge.
it's real
There's
or not.
literally news
Shut up,
articles.
bitch boy. I don't know if it's real or not, but like I know that it was a video that was circulating on Reddit like 10 years ago. He did like
It's
some
literally a
confessional
news
where he
article. You
talked
can look.
about himself being arrested and going to jail for 2 years. I don't know the
I
full
can't find
details of it.
anything. There is nothing online about this
I
other than Reddit, and like that's it. That's literally all I
Scott
found is
Espinoza.
Reddit and
I know
sketchy pages that like look like they're gonna steal my IP address.
yeah,
Like
I
I
know
It's
found
literally been on
nothing.
like the news. Like
what
you
news?
can watch videos.
What news?
Where? I can't find anything. And also, I just want to say that, like, the limited resources that I have seen about this guy, which
Leslie
included a
Pearson was the
sketchy.
person who
Hold
lied.
on, don't overtalk me. I want to finish talking.
I'm
Please and thank you. So, again, the only information that I could find on this, which you were wrong, was
I'm
that
giving you
he
the
was
information.
initially convicted and that he appealed and that the judge said that he could either take a plea or risk some sort of like a potential mistrial again, or not
Leslie
mistrial
Peterson was the
again, but
person that
like
lied on him.
potentially risk like some sort of a mistrial
When it comes to
is what
that,
it said. So like off of the very limited research that we have on this random dude who probably doesn't exist, it says that he was convicted. So
no,
like, what
when
are you on about?
Leslie
people say take a plea.
Peterson was the person that lied on him. You can literally find the news article.
I'm well aware of the Leslie Peterson, who was, I believe at the time, a 14-year-old, if I remember correctly. What about Leslie Peterson? That's not relevant to what it is Mac and I are asking you about. Are you fucking deaf, stupid, or both? Because I asked you for the letter from the mother saying, I'm about to unalive myself, son, and you can't provide that. And what she just told you was that he went to jail and he appealed. And you're now saying about the victim. What has it got to do with the victim? Listen to what she asked you.
Okay, so are you going to keep muting me this whole time?
You're being
I'm
muted
trying to
while I
answer
was
you.
talking, you
I'm
idiot.
trying to answer you, but you keep muting.
You're
Anyways,
going to be
to go
muted
back to
if I'm
Mac,
talking.
the person I'm actually trying to talk to, not some fucking moderator. Mac.
Moderator took your voice away. It's almost like you need to be polite and not
Yeah,
be
what
a
do you
little
want?
bitch boy. Go ahead.
All right, to Mac, Leslie Peterson is the name of the person who was found guilty of accusing Scott Espinoza of.
Iris, do you want to look
Hey,
that
man.
up? Because I can't find anything. I just looked up Leslie Peterson as well, and I don't see anything other than I'll take a screenshot of the sketchy website that I found. This is the only thing that I can find, and you would think if someone was if false convictions, they make the news, especially when it comes to rape. They make the news. They make national headlines. So for this case to not have made national headlines, I'm starting to like feel as if this was Reddit bullshit that was circulating
I got a
10 years
question,
ago.
Nick. When you say
Hold on, Trump. Hold on, Trump. No, it's not on Reddit. It's literally on YouTube. It's literally the news article of
So you know it's legit.
Yes, news
because
articles can be faked.
it's the YouTube video of the
Look,
news
this is
report
the only
on
thing I
TV.
can find. This is the only thing that I can find, which this fucking website is sketchy as hell. But it literally says that, you know, Peterson is allegedly, it talks about how, like, the victim was allegedly, like, you know, some, like, woman who has children and was a drug addict and a habitual liar, which I don't even know how, like, that none of this is making sense. And then anyways, it says, while Espinoza was in prison, his mother allegedly committed S-word, believing her son was a rapist. And then it says he was said to have been facing 35 years for multiple rapes and pimping up a 14-year-old. Successful appeal direct to the judge, offered a deal, plead guilty to pandering or take your chances with a retrial. So, like, those words, take your chances with a retrial, plead guilty, sitting behind bars, things like that. He was initially convicted, according to this, in the language that this is using.
Okay, I
So, like, why are you saying that it was bullshit?
can give you the exact video title and channel that gives you the full news video of a news station reporting on this and every single detail.
So
Do you
again,
want
so do you know if he took the retrial or did he take the plea deal?
Did you
No,
take
the plea
what?
deal. If it was a attorney, police station appointed attorney, they want you to do a plea deal. They have so many cases. They want
But
to get these cases
what
out
did
of the
he
way.
do? Not what did you think he did. What did he do, All American?
Okay.
No, but those are.
Because again, I'm not finding any information about this allegedly very
Every
malicious
bit of
crime.
information so you can look it up yourself.
Yeah, I literally took all of the information and I looked it up. There's nothing on Google. I looked. The only things that come up are Reddit and this.
No, but police appointed attorneys want you to do a plea deal. So I won't say that he was
So
guilty of a
again,
plea deal.
if he was initially convicted, I don't know why people are saying that he was falsely convicted. Like, why
I
are
don't know
we
much
saying
about this
that?
case, but I'm just speaking towards the plea
I
deal.
said
The
he
plea
was
deal don't mean
falsely
guilty.
accused.
Right, but he was found guilty, and you're saying that he
Yes,
didn't do
he
it?
was falsely accused. And that is why there's a whole news article about it afterwards, after he appealed it and proven himself innocent.
And yet
And I
there's
can give
no
you,
information about this online. Like,
and
why
I
can't I
will
find
give you the
anything?
exact video title and channel name that
But
you can
don't you think
find.
it's odd that there's only one video on the internet to prove that this even existed?
I know you're lying for a fact.
I'm
Because
literally not. Do you want to see what I see when I Google stuff? I'll show you. I'll show you since you don't believe.
if you
No,
want
but
to Google
short
something, I can
lover.
give you the title and channel name to Google, and you will find this exact news video article.
No, but short
And
lover,
it'll
you don't
show
have to take the plea deal.
everything that I'm talking about.
But short lover, if you don't take the plea deal, you're going to more likely get a very long sentencing. They would take the first sentencing case they get if you don't take that plea deal by a police attorney, a police appointed attorney. You'll get a very long sentencing. Those are not good attorneys at all. They just want to get rid of those cases as fast as possible because they have so many other cases besides you.
So
Those police
I'm
appointed
back.
attorneys ain't
Here's
in
what
their best
here's
interest.
what I looked at. So these are the things that I
Okay, do you
researched.
want
I
the video
researched
title
both
and
his
channel name?
Yeah, give me just a
Dude.
second. I researched both his name and her name.
Okay,
Okay.
do you want the
So what I found,
channel
so this
name?
was the first thing. Hold on, bro, you asked. So this was the first thing. So the first thing was that bullshit website that literally it does, like, anyone could have made that website. That website is not viable. It also told me absolutely nothing. Down at the bottom you see Reddit, not a reliable resource as well. And then this is where the end of this search came up. So I clicked on both of these websites, both of which had literally no information about either one of the, like what they were saying that they had information on. I clicked on both websites, and neither of which had information on either of these claims.
Okay, but
Nothing. Literally nothing. The websites were blank.
Title and the channel name.
Hang on, All American. It's as simple as this, okay? He was convicted of rape. He was also convicted of being a pimp, okay? He ended up going to jail for a couple of years. What happened was inconsistencies in her story came out. That led to a deal being made with him where he could either get a retrial, because he was asking for a retrial, or he could cop to pandering, which was the promotion of prostitution, because the victim said that he was using her as a prostitute in his complex. And he ended up taking the plea deal where he accepted accountability for pandering, and he ended up getting out of jail. There was no appeal. There was no overturned conviction. There was no exoneration. So what is it exactly you're trying to claim?
Okay, I'm going to go back to talking to the host before you mute me again.
So what is it you're trying to claim? What is it about that I just said that's untrue? How about we start there? What is it I just said that's
go back
untrue?
to talking to the host.
No, you don't get to talk to the host. I'm asking you, what is it that I said that's untrue?
Yeah, like respond to what Irish said. Like he just made some good points.
He made some good points that were completely false.
Great. What
Okay,
one
so
was
then
false?
what's the case? And could you point me to a news article that's going to tell me
That's what I'm
the
trying
facts?
to do, but he keeps muting me.
What
Again,
was
I
false
don't have
about
the
what I
time to watch
said?
a video. I don't know why there's not news articles about this. That seems really fucking
I'm
suspicious now,
trying to
doesn't
give
it?
you a news article, but you
I'm
don't
asking you
listen.
what
And
was
50
wrong.
Shades doesn't want to let
You
me
told me
speak.
there was a YouTube video. You didn't tell me there was a news article.
Great. Tell us what the news article is then. Not the video.
Yes,
What's the
it
news
is
article?
literally a news article. Do you think that
Then what is
news that
it?
is
Because I looked
What's
it
the
up and
news
it's not
article, not the
there.
video?
the video is the news article?
Okay, so there's no
Yeah.
news article. So my next question for you is, what is it that I said that's untrue? You just said what I said was false.
Like, you
You're
realize
doing a
that
great job here.
anyone could create some sort of a fake news network, and they could create a YouTube video, like about this fake ass story that never happened, and they could do it in a way where it looks legitimate. And the fact that no major news networks have reported on this, the fact that I can't find anything when I Google like his name or her name, the fact that you said that this woman was convicted of falsely accusing him, no, you're a liar, and this is not like a good source for you to use. There are hundreds of other false allegation cases that you could point to, and you chose the stupidest one, the easiest one to attack. You made my life a lot easier.
Okay, so I'm allowed to actually speak now?
I'll stop you whining,
Sure.
bitch. What was I wrong about?
You were wrong at saying there was no news article about this. I'm trying to give you the
I asked you,
actual...
what was I wrong about when I recounted the facts of the case? What one was wrong?
Where did you get those facts of
I
the
know
case?
the
by the way?
case. I told you I know the case.
Yeah, you said you know, but where did you get those from?
I have no idea. We have people come up
You
all
have
the
no
time.
idea? Okay, cool.
Correct.
So you don't actually know
So
what
tell
the
me
fuck
I'm
you're
wrong.
talking
So
about.
show me I'm wrong. What am I wrong about?
I'm trying to give the host the
Hey,
actual
bitch
news
boy.
article from the
Bitch
news.
boy, I am your host, okay? From now on, I'm your host. You got it? Stop trying to make that as an excuse. I recounted the case. Let's do it again because you weren't listening. He was convicted on several counts, including prostitution and grape. He was accused of graping the woman who was, I don't know, a few years younger, but I think she was an adult. I can't quite remember exactly what it was. And the allegation was that he was trying to pimp her out and was forcing her to do it. The inconsistencies in her story emerged.
He was
And
literally 14.
No, that was not true. So inconsistencies came out with her story. And after those inconsistencies came out, he moved for a retrial. The DA, not wanting to retry it, offered him two options. He can retry the case if he wants, or he can cop to the pandering plea, which is prostitution plea. and he copped to the prostitution plea. What is it that I just said? Oh, and she was never convicted of making false statements connected to the grape. What is it that I just said is untrue? What specifically is untrue? Are you claiming that she went to jail based upon this? Yes or no?
I am claiming that she was proven to have lied on him.
In a court of law?
Yes.
Okay, where's the court docket or where's the article that says she was proven?
Where's the court document that said she wasn't?
Okay, you're the one making the positive claim. The burden of proof is on you.
You're the one that making.
You're so fucking stupid. You're so fucking. You're saying she went to jail. Show me the proof she went to jail.
I didn't say she went to jail.
I can't. You said that she was found to have been lying in a court of law.
Yes.
Right. Show me that.
I'm trying to give you the exact news article, but every single time that I try to, you try to.
So you don't have any other source, correct?
I'm trying to give you the news article, but you won't let me.
Do you have a video camera? Does he have video camera access? Can anyone see?
Depends how many followers you
So
got.
I'll just play
What,
this
video
fucking
camera
clip.
access?
Hold on, I'll just play this because yeah,
clip?
like this is all I can find over this, dude.
Okay,
which
wait,
is this
wait,
fucking
hold on.
Reddit.
About his
Hold on,
entire
hold on.
thing.
Hold on. Hey, bitch boy, is this the video you were talking about? Yes or no?
Yes, the video news
Shut
article
up.
I was referring.
Shut up, bitch boy. Mac, how long is that video?
4 minutes.
Okay, so hey, bitch boy, is this your only source you're going to give us?
Why are you so
basically,
mad?
answer me the question, bitch boy. Is this your only source? Meaning, whatever is said in these 4 minutes, that's the only source you have, correct?
Why are you so mad?
I'll take that as a yes. So right now, we're going to watch exactly what this says, and let's see how wrong or let's see how right I was. I'll repeat what I remembered because I actually learn about these cases, you fucking ding-dong. What I remember is he got charged with multiple charges. Pimping and grape or sexual assault was 2 of them at least. And inconsistencies with her story came out. He tried to move for a retrial. The DA offered a retrial or said, hey, you just copped to the pimping charges and we're good. And he decided to cop for the pimping charges. And there's no discussion at all about her going to jail or her being found guilty or there being court records of her lying. So that's what I remember. Now let's watch the clip, you fucking donkey.
Also, this isn't YouTube. This is worldstar.com, which I don't know what the fuck worldstar.com is, but this is sketchy as fuck. So let's just see. Oh, hold on. I don't know why it didn't play. Hold on.
World Star was a big thing before YouTube.
Don't care. Still a fucking sketchy ass website.
Guys,
You can literally find it on YouTube.
give that back to me.
An East County man is free tonight after a Team 10 investigation helped expose major problems in the case against him. The man and his supporters are appalled at what happened to him in a story of rape charges, lies, and jail time.
And his story went unnoticed until a distraught father contacted Team 10. Troubleshooter Kristen Severance investigates.
Everyone in my family thinks I'm a sex offender. They think I'm a rapist. Everyone does.
Scott Espinosa was facing 35 years in prison. He was convicted of 6 felonies, including rape by force and pimping. Police said the victim was 14 years old, but she wasn't. In fact, much of the case against Espinosa wasn't as it seemed.
And there is a bunch of guys in the living room.
San Diego police taped an interview of the alleged victim.
There's 10 of them there.
She said 10 customers, Johns, waited to take their turn inside of Espinosa's apartment. 2 men at a time, the victim told police. She also said Espinosa held her captive. Lawyer Laura Wilson shadowed the defense in this case because she said she's considering going into criminal law. She listened to the police tapes.
He comes back the second interview 2 days later, where the prosecutor even asked her about these 10 men. And she said, oh, well, yeah, that never happened. She said, I must have dreamt that.
Sources familiar with the Espinosa case prefer to remain anonymous, fearing reprisals within the criminal justice system. The sources said witnesses who never testified tell a far different story than the victim.
The woman was free to come and go in the complex. She would go to a neighbor to have her hair done. she would go to another neighbor to smoke a cigarette.
In fact, several witnesses told Team 10 and investigators that Espinosa put the victim up at his apartment because she said she was homeless. And it turns out the victim is not 14, but at least 22 years old at the time, with 3 children. She does not hold custody. Still, the jury found Espinosa guilty.
I was in jail for 589 days, I believe. Like almost 19 months.
Espinosa said hard time isn't the worst thing that happened. His mother committed suicide while he was in prison. She was convinced her son was there for life.
You know, my mom died thinking that I'm a rapist. Can't give that back to me.
Meanwhile, Wilson was so upset about what happened in the courtroom and the inconsistencies in the testimony and evidence that she wrote this declaration laying it all out to trial judge Michael Smythe. Smythe also received a request for a retrial by Espinosa's new court-appointed attorney.
Okay.
Team 10 cameras were there when the judge agreed to a retrial, but it never happened.
Some nights I can't sleep, just thinking about it.
Team 10 tracked down the 22-year-old woman's mother in Oregon. Teresa Peterson said her daughter is a longtime drug user, prostitute, and liar.
Thinking about it now, it just breaks my heart. That's my daughter.
She knew what her daughter's accusations had done to Espinosa's life.
I'd like to see him get a fair trial and ultimately a release.
Instead, the DA offered Espinosa a deal, but he had to weigh his options. He could go free, but he'd have to plead guilty to pandering or promoting prostitution.
Wow, I've got a good memory.
That retrial. Espinosa took
You've been wrong.
Yeah, so
Shut up, bitch boy. Wait, no, finish
So-
it. Does it finish off by saying she was falsely anything?
Yeah,
to get it
let's
right
look.
the second time.
I'm almost like dreaming.
Wait, go back. Did he accept the retrial or did he cop for pandering?
He did pandering. He did pandering.
Exactly like I said. Shocker. Okay, continue.
Love you so much.
And so was Team 10.
What do you think,
Not sure
dreaming?
how a false accusation can ruin a
I am so tired of being so fucking smart surrounded by people
Shut
so
up.
fucking dumb.
All rape charges
Both of
against
you.
Espinosa were dropped. And it's not clear tonight where Leslie Peterson is today. Not even her mother knows. As for Espinosa, he's looking for work, he's looking for a job, and he's really, just trying to stay positive about everything that's happened to him.
So, Kristen, if other people.
How were the charges dropped if he was already convicted?
Because he
Doesn't
copped.
make sense.
You're able to cop and change what your plea is. I assume he plead initially as well.
So again, bro was found guilty of grape.
because of false accusations.
No.
Yes.
No.
Where was it proven? Where? I'm sorry, your source. Where did your source show and
victim's
prove?
own mother.
The victim's own mother wasn't there when it happened, right? Let me ask you a question, sweetheart. Do you think that liars can get raped?
Do you think people can lie about?
Don't answer my question with a question. Can liars get raped? Yes or no?
Can people lie about?
Let me answer the question for you. Yes, liars can get raped. The mother said that her daughter was a drug addict and a liar. Guess what? Drug addicts are going to be targeted and are highly more likely to be raped because they're a vulnerable community. So the fact that she may be a drug addict, which leads to people lying, by the way, doesn't mean she wasn't raped. The mother wasn't there. The mother had no personal knowledge as to what happened whatsoever. So the mother saying that her daughter is an addict and a liar is not proof that it's a false allegation, you ding dong. So do you have another source we can look at?
Yeah, I also want to say that I feel like there's something fucking weird going on here, seeing as he was convicted initially of rape and all
Because
of
of
these
false allegations,
inconsistencies were
You
just
didn't
like
prove false
there
allegations.
just seems to be something really fucking fishy going on here, seeing as there were a
Well,
lot of
I can see
issues
something
with
fishy
this
very much
case.
going on right now. Yeah.
And allegedly, if all those issues were true, she wasn't 14. She said she was, and she was actually 22. Like, these are major issues which would definitely make someone like a jury would not buy this. story. Like, be so for real. So you're
Because
telling, like,
this
there's something
entire
fucking
video
fishy going
is
on here.
completely false.
Honestly,
Made
if
up.
I'm being so for real with you, I think this is fake. Like, I genuinely think this is a fake fucking news article. And I think that this person never went through that. I genuinely think this is bullshit
So you
and it's
don't
fake.
actually want to hear.
No, it doesn't
opposition to
matter.
it.
No, I'll accept it as true. It didn't prove any of what you said, you idiot.
So it
None of
didn't
it.
prove that there was a false accusation against someone?
Nope. How did it prove it?
Literally watch the video again.
No. Why don't you tell me? Where did it prove it was a false allegation?
Literally everything that.
How about you be specific? How about we start there, okay?
Well, stop muting me when I'm trying to answer.
Bitch boy, I asked you, be specific.
I'm trying to, but you keep muting me.
Try harder. Be specific.
The entire fucking video.
Oh, not very specific. It's not very specific. Can you try to be more specific? No, you can't be specific. I'm sorry, you came up here and your source was a 4-minute fucking World Star video. That was your source, right? And your own source literally confirmed everything I said, didn't support what you said at all, and now when I'm asking you to tell me, what is it I lied about, your response is, look at the video. Look at the video. We looked at your video. Your video proved me right and you wrong.
It literally didn't.
Let me ask you this question, Cupcake. Was she charged with filing a false report, yes or no? No. Okay, let me ask you another question. Was she charged with perjury? No. Let me ask you another question. Was it found, was there a declaration that she had lied? No? Huh, weird. Did she ever admit to lying? No? Huh, weird. So given the fact that there was no charge for filing a false statement, no charge for perjury, given the fact that she didn't admit that there was no declaration that she lied, and there was no finding by a court that she lied, can you please tell me exactly what was the evidence that it was a false allegation? Literally the entire video. Can you be more specific?
Can you be specific on?
Can you be specific and answer my question instead of asking a question?
So no, you can't answer.
Can you answer my question, bitch boy? Answer my question, bitch boy. Come on, bitch boy. Come on, bitch boy. You've been owned. You should be embarrassed. I didn't even know your fucking donkey case, but I knew more about it than you did. You should be humiliated that you came up with your fucking example thinking that it would be something we wouldn't know about. And I destroyed you on the facts. Destroyed you. I embarrassed you. And you can't be man enough to fucking say, you know what? My bad. I hadn't watched the video in a long time. I should have looked at it again and I would have realized it's not evidence of false accusation. I'm now a mature enough person to be able to say I was wrong. But no, you're going to be a fucking 2-year-old toddler and you're going to keep on insisting that you're right in the face of fucking evidence.
Yeah,
That's
so
why
All
you're
American,
a bitch boy.
also like
can I just ask?
also
Shut up,
hold
bitch
on,
boy.
All American, his life wasn't ruined. Like his life was not ruined. Let me reiterate.
So his mother didn't commit suicide?
Where was the evidence in
We
the
don't
video
know
that
that
she
was
committed suicide due to that?
confirmed.
Literally the video. What?
We don't know that
Shut
that's
up,
why
donkey.
she did that. Like, there's no evidence unless I see a handwritten note or a email or text message from her saying why she killed herself. I'm not gonna believe what you have to say or what he has to say.
So you don't actually want to believe evidence?
What evidence? Literally the video.
What
idiot.
evidence? Like
You don't believe
his
victims. Got it.
hearsay is not like admissible right now.
Hearsay
Like, you don't get
of
to-
someone committing suicide.
Okay, are you saying that the mother told him that I'm committing suicide because of your rape allegation? Yes or no? I'm going to avoid the question.
I'm not
Fucking
avoiding the
idiot.
question. I'm
So
trying
answer
to
the question.
Every single time I try to answer a question,
Answer the question, you stupid
Yeah, so
little
All
bitch.
American, is that what
yes,
she
the
did?
false accusations against him and him
How do you
being
know?
falsely convicted
How do you know?
is what caused the mother to commit suicide.
Did he say that on the video?
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. Let's replay the video. What he said was my mother died thinking I'm a rapist. Why don't you replay that part, Mac? If you don't mind.
I don't want to get it out again.
Okay, well,
but
you don't
that's what
have
he
to.
said.
How about
No, she
that?
doesn't
Everyone
have
in the
to because
comments,
of it.
shut up, bitch boy. Everyone in the comments, am I correct in saying that what he said was my mother died thinking I'm a rapist?
So
Did
mad.
anyone else hear him say, "My mother died because she thought I was a
Mad.
rapist"? Did anyone else hear that? I didn't hear that.
You're
Yeah,
mad.
All American.
Hey, are you
You
schizophrenic?
got
Are you hearing voices?
owned.
You hearing voices?
You're mad.
Yeah, All
I
American.
owned you. What are you
You
doing?
got like clocked real quick. So do you want to bring up a different like example because I could bring up
Holy shit, you have 50,000 followers and you're this fucking stupid? I thought you had like 11 followers. This is my first time looking at your profile. You have 50,000 followers and you came up here and you just got embarrassed this badly? Aren't you ashamed? I'd be so embarrassed if I were you. People might actually know you. And you come up here and got embarrassed like this and you're not like humbly saying, my bad, I fucked up? The audacity. The audacity.
The
yeah, All
audacity
American.
of
All American.
watching a
I could
video,
point to
watching someone's actually respond to everything, and
All
you still say
American. All
that
American.
the victim. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, host.
Yeah, he's not, for you to say he's the victim. He wasn't like he still pled guilty to a charge, so he's not a victim. He still pled guilty. If you have an issue with plea deals, take that up with the Department of fucking Justice or something. I don't know. Take that up with someone who has the authority to change that. But he
Plea deal
still pled
doesn't
guilty. So for you to say that he was a
less of
victim,
false
so for
allegation.
you to say he was a victim, it's bullshit. He was convicted of pandering. So either
Because he took
way,
a plea deal.
he was convicted of wrongdoing. He's a victim. He's not a victim. So continuing on, All American, for you to like, I could bring up hundreds of different men who hold political positions of power within like the music industry, Hollywood, very prominent figures in our society, which have allegations, whether they're true or false, doesn't matter. It's the fact that they have these allegations and their lives are not ruined. I could list you off hundreds of different men who have allegations and their lives are not ruined. Donald Trump.
And 100%, I would agree with you on those.
Right.
Exactly.
So
I'm not saying that
what's
false
your
allegations
point?
don't go unpunished, or there are allegations against people that don't go punished. I'm not saying that at all. I'm responding to your exact prompt of false allegations don't ruin lives, meaning there is not one single case of a false allegation ruining a life. I brought up a case of that exact thing.
Again, I don't think his life was ruined because again, like the suicide was not linked to the allegation. It was never
He
linked.
definitely believed that it was linked to
Right.
that.
He can believe
And
whatever
if
he
a
wants,
vape-
but it wasn't confirmed as to why she did that. So that's problem number one.
Confirmed
Problem
by
number
who?
two,
It wasn't
problem number
confirmed by
two
who?
is that he is walking free right now. His life is not ruined. He is out of jail. He is walking
I'm
free,
sorry, but if
doing what he
my
wants to
mother
do.
committed suicide because she thought I was a monster, I would consider my life ruined.
I would just say to you that like again like I get that would be hard. However, loss and hardships is something that just comes with life. That's the unfortunate price that that's the unfortunate world that we're brought into is that loss. We are born into a world we are born into a world where loss is inevitable, and when you like hurt is inevitable. And like again, this loss was not linked to him being accused or falsely accused or whatever you want to say. We don't know that. So again, like I don't see how his specific life was ruined over this.
So if your mother committed suicide and you were the reason, or she believed you were the reason, you wouldn't think that your life was
I
ruined?
believed I was the reason. I mean, I think it would be hard, but I don't think it would be life ruining for myself. Like, I don't know. I'm not in that situation. I don't think it would ruin my life. I don't think I would characterize that as ruining my life. I think it would be a very like tough hardship to go through. Don't get me wrong. I think it would cause a lot of mental turmoil. But at the end of the day, I genuinely don't think I would characterize that as ruining my life. And I don't think like my mom would want me to like live like that as well. I don't think that she would like if she were to pass away, I don't think that she would want me to live like in a constant state of sorrow and thinking that like my life is ruined over that. Like I don't think that that's what
Okay,
like she would want.
100% fair that that is how you view your specific situation, but how that person views his situation of his own mother committing suicide, thinking that he was this terrible monster. Do you not believe that that is something that could be life ruining to someone else?
I
I
mean,
mean, you
again, I
didn't
just think that
establish that
like
that's
the
proof.
term, I think that the
Not talking
term
to you.
like life ruining or like I think that that's a very drastic overstatement of like a lot of situations. Again, I absolutely believe a false conviction ruins lives. Whenever you spend,
So
like
you do believe false convictions ruin lives?
again, it wasn't proven to be a false conviction.
But
Like
you just said that false accusations can ruin a life.
no, what I'm saying is I believe that false convictions which are proven, they do ruin lives, whether that be murder, whether that be robbery, whether that be rape or SA. I do believe that those ruin lives and those people, their lives were
Yeah, and where do false
ruined as
convictions
a
come
result
from?
of that. However, when it comes to people who are accused, which is like the vast majority of people who are accused, they won't be falsely convicted. When it comes to people who are accused, I just don't think that
Where do false convictions come
like
from?
ruining your like saying that your life was ruined, it's a very drastic thing to say because you don't know what the like rest of your life has to
False
hold.
convictions
You
come
don't
from
know
false
like what
allegations.
you don't know what the rest of your life has to hold. There are so many people who have been through such hardships in life that I can't even fathom. I can't even fathom like some of the things that people have gone through like throughout the history of humanity. Like that I would think are life ruining, but I don't think that a lot of these people who have been through certain hardships would agree necessarily because again I think that like you just kind of I think it's a drastic thing to say that your life was ruined as a result of a false accusation because people are going through so much worse hardships, and I don't think that they would characterize their lives as being ruined.
That doesn't negate someone believing.
Right, it doesn't negate it, but like it's just food for thought.
No, I agree. There are people that go through so many worse things that what other people go through. But what you just said was because other people go through worse things means that other people's lives aren't ruined because of false allegations.
I just think that like saying your life was ruined over a false, like again, I think that that's a very drastic thing to say, and I don't think that it applies to false accusations because again, the majority of people who come up and say
But
my life was
Trump
ruined as
doesn't
the
say the
result of a false
majority. It just says
accusation, their life
false
wasn't ruined
accusations,
though.
period.
I'm all my whole argument is that like it's not that people don't face hardships as a result of a false accusation, it's that saying that it ruins your life is a grotesque overstatement of what it actually it is a mischaracterization of the harm that is done because again like
I mean,
I've been
a family member
through
committing
I've been through
suicide
like
is
life
pretty
altering
life ruining.
situations that
Yeah.
I don't know like I don't know if I could say like my life was ruined as a result of some of these like life altering situations. I don't know if I could say that. Like I just again, I think it's a very drastic thing to say and I think that like when it comes to false accusations which have very minimal harm, it's kind of insane whenever I hear men coming up here saying my life was ruined as the result of a false accusation and then they describe a scenario from 10 years ago that like has no impact on them today. Like your life wasn't ruined, bro. You were inconvenienced, of course, but your life wasn't ruined.
And to be honest, like what exactly you just said, where it's like 10 years later, their life is not ultimately impacted. Sure. But I'm specifically bringing up that case because like a guy's mother committed suicide thinking that, or sorry,
You didn't establish that. Why do you keep lying?
I'm not I'm trying to have a civil conversation with the host.
I know, but it's dull that you
sit in
keep
the corner
on putting
being
out
quiet.
false information. It's annoying.
It's
Do you
not false
agree? Do
information.
you agree? Do you agree that there was no evidence that she unalived due to the allegation? Yes or no?
No, because he said himself. Sorry.
Okay, great. Do you remember the evidence you provided for the victim, the real victim, being a liar? Was the mom's testimony? Do you remember that?
And the rest of the whole legal.
So let me remind everyone what this little bitch boy did. What this bitch boy did was the evidence for the fact that the victim of grape lied was due to the fact that his mother believed that she was a liar. Well, based upon this idiot's logic, he would argue that the mother unalived herself because he was a grapist, which means his mother believed he was a grapist. So using this idiot's logic, doesn't that mean that he was a grapist?
Okay, cool. You mute me again when I'm trying to respond to you.
Do you want to answer my question or respond to what I
Yes.
just said?
The mother's statement about her own daughter was not the whole reason why she was
You
believed.
used it as evidence. So why is the evidence? Why is it not evidence when the
That wasn't
man's mother
that wasn't the
unalived her?
evidence that he used.
You said that she killed herself because she thought he was a grapist. You said that. So why is that not evidence that he's a grapist then? What? I didn't hear you. Sorry, what?
Oh yeah, you don't want to hear me because I'm trying to respond.
Yeah,
to
no.
you.
Please school me.
Yes.
School me, Daddy. School me.
The evidence was the victim saying that his own mother killed herself
because he was a rapist. Is what you said,
she
right?
believed he was a rapist based on the false.
So I want to be clear again. You said that due to the fact that the actual victim's mom said that she was a liar, that we have to believe she's a liar. So if the rapist's mother said that he was a rapist, why is that not evidence?
Leslie Peterson's mother was not.
Why is that not evidence?
I'm literally trying to answer you, but you don't want to.
You are deflecting, Saw.
No, I'm trying to answer you, but you want to try and interrupt because you don't like what I have to answer.
Oh no, you're such a big brain. You're owning me. Please continue.
So
you're doing such a good job, by the way.
Yes, I am. I know for a fact I am. The mother.
Is that because your mommy told you and you believe what mommies say?
Why do you have to revert to ad hominem attacks?
Because you're a moron and you don't know it, and it's frustrating
so base,
me.
man. You should just stop doing it.
Yeah, I choose not to. Thanks for the advice, though. I'm calling you an idiot because you're an immature little bitch boy who can't admit that you were wrong and insists on repeating the same lies over and over again. That's why you're getting ad hommed. You're getting ad hommed as a last resort or really frustration after I've given you every opportunity to save yourself, but you've chosen stupid every single time.
So the person calling names and ad homs is the more mature person?
Oh, I never said I'm more mature. You seem very mature. You look old as fuck. No, you're definitely more mature than me.
So yes.
But at least I'm not a grapey defender. At least I don't support convicted grapists.
I don't either.
Uh-huh.
Was
you
he
support
convicted
you support grapists who were exonerated by their mommy's fifis. I'm sorry, I forgot. My bad. Mistake on my part.
Yes, you are completely mistaken. Because I'm sitting here trying to have an actual conversation with the host, and I feel like we're actually getting somewhere.
What did you concede to her? Name a single. When you say getting somewhere, right? What is it you two have reached an understanding on that you didn't previously agree with?
Well, from the very beginning, I agree that there are a lot of cases where people who were.
If you're starting your statement by saying from the very beginning, then that's not something that changed. Now, is it, sweetheart? So I'll ask the question again. Since you and Mac are having such a productive conversation, right, and you're getting somewhere, I'm asking you, what is it she's managed to convince you of that you didn't already believe? What? Name it. What?
So are you going to mute me before I answer? Or
are you going to answer the question?
I'm trying to, but you mute me before I even answer.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'll try to be better. Go ahead. I'm just like the convicted rapist. Continue, please.
So what I was trying to say was I felt like we were reaching a mutual understanding of where we were both at overall.
So you haven't changed your opinion at all during this course of this productive conversation with Mac, correct?
Also, All American, I just want to point out that even if this was false, even if I take what you're saying as true, this would still be an example of a false conviction, not a false accusation. A false
But
conviction, I've already
where
conceded,
does the false conviction
ruins.
come from?
Right, a false conviction comes from a faulty legal system, faulty judicial system.
But a false accusation is what led to a false conviction, right?
No.
I mean, not really.
So a false accusation doesn't lead to a false conviction?
Oh, I just figured since you're lying, I would start lying as well. It seems like a much more productive way of engaging.
So All American, what I would say is this. It is like, right, people go to the police and they report things. After that, like, the police, the investigators, and the prosecutors largely are to blame for what happens next. They are the ones to blame whenever they bullshit evidence, they interrogate people and, coerce them into making confessions that aren't true. They're the ones to blame whenever prosecutors fuck up and they, withhold evidence or they do things that are, considered immoral and wrong. Like during trial, those are the people who are contributing to these false convictions. The person who made the allegation, although they were wrong for doing that, I agree with you, they were wrong for doing that. They are not responsible for, the fact that like the prosecutor was corrupt and just wanted to take a dub. Like they're not responsible for that.
Okay. I can completely agree with you on the legal side of what you just said. But what specifically started that whole corrupt legal part?
I completely agree with you, but let's go back to what I was saying a moment ago.
Right, but like again, All American,
was
false
it or was it
accusation
not?
in and of itself. So the difference is the reason I make a distinction is because the false accusation, although that is what started the chain of events, the false accusation does not equivocate, or no, let me rephrase that. The false accusation does not equal time in jail. That does not mean if someone falsely accuses you, you're gonna get falsely convicted. That's not what that means. And the majority of people don't get falsely convicted. They might be accused of something, but that doesn't mean that they're convicted. So I think that the distinction is important because, again, I think that there are very few things that I would, I guess for my own personal self, because I need to be very clear, for my own personal self, that I would kind of deemed ruined my own specific life. Because I think that that's a very drastic thing to say. And I think that that's very drastic. And I think that I'm not at the end of my life. So I don't know if my life was ruined or not, because I don't know. I'm not 80 years old reflecting on my life. I can't say what ruined my life, where I went wrong, because I don't know. But what I will say is that I think it's a very drastic thing to say, especially when it comes to people who have simply been falsely accused, not falsely convicted, falsely accused, because that's just, come on now, a lost job, a lost career opportunity, yeah, that would alter your life, but also everything happens for a reason. I mean, everything happens for a reason. So, I believe that there, if you were genuinely wronged, there's better to come. And I think that just because one door shuts, another's going to open, especially if you genuinely didn't do wrong and you were genuinely falsely accused. I just think that everything happens for a reason. So I don't know. And since the harm is minuscule. So again, even losing out on a job, I've been fired before. It didn't ruin my life. I've been fired 4 times. It didn't ruin my life. I still get jobs pretty easily. I've worked for better companies. I've done a lot of things, despite the fact that I've been fired 4 times, which some of that was questionably questionable on both my part and their part. But I'm still living and I'm still good to go and we're still thriving, so it's fine.
Okay. So,
Several follow-up questions.
Hold on, Will. I just want to respond to what you were saying, and for the most part of what you're saying, I completely agree. Like there are certain things of like, oh, just losing a job or losing an apartment, like that's something that you can move on from, and for the most part, I do agree with what you were saying, but my point was your prompt said that it was just a very generalized thing. So even something that general, just one specific case, can disprove that. But overall,
And your specific case did not disprove it, given the fact that he was arrested and convicted, and that he
based off
did
of
not
false
get exonerated.
accusation, cool. Can you go back to
Well,
being
but
muted?
even if it was,
Can you go back to being muted? I'm
false
talking to the host.
All-American, my prompt is specifically about false accusations because again, like whenever someone gets falsely convicted of murder, you don't say the false accusation is what ruined his life. You say the false conviction is what ruined his life. For any
But
other
the
crime,
conviction
it's
didn't-
not the false accusation,
The
it's the false
conviction
conviction.
came from the false accusation, right?
Right, but no one says the false conviction, or sorry, the false accusation ruined his life. They say the false
just because
conviction
someone
that he
doesn't
went
say
through
it
ruined
doesn't
his
mean
life.
that it's not true. A false murder conviction comes from a false murder accusation. Like that's the start of it.
Right,
Like,
but
someone-
no one says that like
that doesn't take
the accusation.
that doesn't negate the accusation.
Again, there needs to be a distinction because the accusation in and of itself is not something that can like majority of the times is going to harm someone. That's like why I'm making the distinction because whenever you give these people who want to run with the idea that false accusations ruin lives, whenever you give them an inch, they're gonna fucking take a mile. So like if you sit here and say that false accusations ruin lives because of those who are falsely convicted, now you open the door for anyone and everyone to say and to push the false myth that false accusations ruin lives and to push the narrative that false accusations are prevalent in society and that they cause like mass harm to mass amounts of people, and that's problematic. That's why we need to make the distinction because
Okay.
I don't want like people coming up and inflating these statistics because it takes away from sexual assaults and like the problem that is rape.
Okay, so I will acknowledge that was probably the mistake on my part where I was not coming up trying to say that this equates to every false accusation leads to ruin lives. Like, I was not trying to say that whatsoever, and I will completely take the responsibility of not clarifying that at the beginning. Like, I was just trying to dispute the general claim that just false accusations don't ruin lives whatsoever. And maybe I'll take that L of that wasn't the intention, and I just misunderstood that. So I'll take responsibility on that. But you got to admit that a false conviction starts at a false accusation, correct?
Right, I don't disagree with that. I mean, the majority of times, yes, it does start with that.
Okay. That was my only point. And if I like went off the rails of what the whole point of this was, then okay, I'll take the L on that. But that was my only point, was a false conviction starts from a false accusation. And so,
Right. But again, like, I don't think that people are sitting here and saying, oh, that poor guy, he was falsely convicted of murder. He lost out on 40 years of his life. Like, that damn false accusation. That's just not what they say. So I think it's very interesting
no, just saying that, like, oh, that false accusation
verbiage is used.
them not bringing up the false accusation, that doesn't negate that the accusation is what started it.
Right, no one's disagreeing that the accusation is what's starting it. However, like again, the false conviction is what ruined that person's life, because again, if the justice system had done its job, it would have found that you didn't do what they're alleging you of. That's the problem. Like, I could go to the police and tell them anything I want to, but like again, like if they choose to, falsify evidence, withhold evidence, especially like in the case of like, for example, like Adnan Syed, like there were a lot of false accusations made to where, he was painted out to be a very horrendous unaliver when in fact he was just recently let go and exonerated. And I don't know if there's going to be a retrial
Yeah,
of his. I don't remember. But again, like no one's saying that the false accusations and like the rumors led to his like ruining and life from being ruined. They say it's the false conviction.
Well, my point is that just because people don't say like, oh, it's that false accusation that led to all this terrible things that happened in his life, that doesn't take away from the fact that everything stemmed from the false accusation. Like I don't know why that's like, you've acknowledged that, but at the same time, you've sort of dismissed that.
I mean, I just don't think that like saying the false accusation ruined his life is like, I don't think that that's correct verbiage, because again, like the prosecution and the police and investigators are responsible for making sure that like this person and also the judge and jury, of course, they're all responsible for like the legal proceedings. They're all responsible for the things that happen in court. And the fact that the justice system fails men like and women routinely, that's not necessarily like the fault of, the accusation. That's the fault of like the justice system. So that's really just what I would say on that.
Okay, so I'll just end with this. I do completely agree that the justice system has a big fault in the entire like structure of everything, of how it goes down. And I believe I understand what you're trying to say, of false accusations themselves without the failure of the justice system don't ruin lives. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that I will concede to that. Yes, the false accusations without the failure of the justice system don't ruin lives. It is a combination of both. I will concede to that.
Right. And then like also like again, the reason why it says false accusations is because typically when people come up here, they'll say false accusations ruin lives, blah blah blah, and then they'll like explain a case where someone wasn't convicted, so you don't know one way or another if it was false. No one was convicted.
I've seen that as well, and I've sort of
Yeah,
I think I've reached the same sort of conclusion that you have at those certain points.
Yeah, it's just, it's annoying. So like I'm trying to counter those bitch boy men who say those things, and yeah, I just think it's a gross mischaracterization, and men get really fucking triggered whenever I say this. That false accusations don't ruin lives. And then they, want to yap with me for 20 years about why, like, I'm a liar.
Yeah, no, I've seen it happen multiple times, but yeah, I'll take the L of not completely understanding exactly what you were saying, and like I'll concede that to that point. So, yeah.
Great. If I can just add two things, and I'm quite confident I'm wrong on this. I hope I'm wrong on this. Have you ever been accused of sexual assault or groping or touching a person inappropriately?
No, I have not.
I didn't think so. All right, so I think you got overly over semantical in the sense that you were really hyper focused on the prompt as opposed to listening what was going on, personally. And the fact
I'll
that you're
concede to
admitting,
that. Yeah.
and the fact that you're understanding that now, I think shows a lot of maturity and like W you for that. I would strongly recommend you rewatch that video. Strongly recommend, and remember what it is, how you characterized it, because you absolutely said he was falsely accused. And I'll be honest with you, I can absolutely concede that the evidence is compromised by the fact that she has big inconsistencies. I think the inconsistencies in the number of people is also very easily explained by the fact that the whole allegation, I don't know if you know, was that she was pimped out to hundreds of men. And she was describing one event where she was insisting she didn't want to do it. And she was going back and forth in the number of people. And to me, that's something that is plausible that someone could fuck up on. But it could also indicate that they're lying. So I'll concede that there's a suggestion, there's evidence to suggest that it could have been a false allegation, but it's not conclusive. And I would really ask you to look at the video again and realize that it was not conclusively found to be a false allegation, but you came up here confidently and said that woman was lying. And it was proven she was lying, and she admitted to it, or a court of law determined it, and none of that happened. And that's where you and I got off onto a wrong foot, was you were saying things that were not supported by fact. And maybe that's because you felt like you were being attacked, and we do get emotional and shit. I would just beg you to rewatch that video and really think about how you characterized it, because I understand you're a parent, and I want you to really think that, God forbid, one of your kids is in that position at some point where they're trying to be believed, and there's people going around on TikTok saying she's absolutely lying when that's not the case. That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is I sent you a private message because I don't want to make it a big deal. Can you follow me back? And can you look at my private message? It's a serious thing. Please just look at it. I don't want to talk about it on the live, but I do want you to read the message I sent you. And it's not sent in any other reason than genuine concern.
Okay. I will definitely do that. And hearing you talk here, yes, I will acknowledge that at some points I did feel like I was attacked, and I probably did respond in kind of being really defensive and trying to attack you back. I will completely acknowledge that. Yeah.
And I was being a bitch, immature bitch, doing the exact same thing.
Okay. With you, like, bringing the whole parent thing, I'm assuming that you looked pretty in depth in my profile then.
Yeah, and I get the sense you're not a bad person. I get the sense that I think you're dead fucking wrong on the example you chosen. There's actual examples of false convictions that you could have brought up. That's a really bad one, and I think you got hung up on that. I don't suspect you're actually a bad person, and I see you have a child that could very sadly at some point be this could be relevant discussions to her, right? And I get the sense that you are a protective parent who wants to make the best for their child. And all I can tell you is that your daughter, people don't like having people talk to them about parenting and all that. And so please don't take this defensively, but a daughter needs a father who is out there promoting her needs for the future ahead, because you and I, we've only got like 30 good years left, right? So you and I advocating online, you and I having opinions, you and I even opening our fucking mouths will never impact our life, but it's going to impact our kids' lives, right? And so I would always think, to the extent I'm advocating for something, am I advocating for something that benefits my kids? Now, in your case, you have a daughter. I hope I'm not over disclosing that, but it's very clear on your page.
Yeah, it's public information. Yeah.
And your daughter needs strong, assertive men like yourself who are not, the way like liberals and people who like care about women's issues get this like weak ass bitch boy sort of persona painted on them. You're not one of those guys. And so you could be spending your energy advocating for people that your daughter's going to grow up to be a woman, right? So advocating for stuff that affects women, because these false allegations, first of all, they don't happen a lot. They genuinely don't. It's 2 to 10%. That's consensus. It's 2 to 10%.
Yeah,
False
no,
convictions are
I
extraordinarily rare, and people whose lives are ruined, you are times more likely to be falsely convicted of murder than you are of grape. Grape is the hardest thing to be
I'm
falsely
pretty sure it's
convicted
more
of.
than that. Isn't it like 7 times?
I know I looked into it. I don't remember which one it is. I know that
It's
4
pretty
and
high
7.
though. Like
Yeah,
it's 4 to 7.
sorry, a better way of putting it is for all violent crime, grape is the hardest one to be falsely convicted for because it has the lowest exoneration rates. And so you're up here advocating for a tiny percentage of the predominantly male population, right? Instead of advocating for 20% of women, because 20% of women will be graped. And the problem is that, I'm sorry to break it to you, it's a binary. Because if you are saying, I want to give everyone the benefit of doubt, if you've been graped, you don't view it as the person that giving benefit of doubt. You view it as a person giving benefit of doubt to the person who graped you. That person is now unsafe. There is no middle ground. And I don't like that some men are going to get, and it is mostly men, I don't like that some men are going to get the short end of that stick. I don't. But I know if I don't choose to believe the victims and support this idea that victims are the ones who really need help, I know there's going to be far more actual victims of grape who are being dismissed, who are not being heard, who are not going to come forward, and that those perps are going to get to do it more often. And so, I would just respectfully ask you to think about who you're advocating for, because you and I no longer matter, and I think our kids do. And I would also ask you to think about, where is the real big problem? Because I'm telling you right now, men are not being accused and having their lives ruined at nearly the level that women are being graped. So that's all I would suggest, and I would just ask you to check your DMs because I do have something for you.
Okay, so just to sort
Yeah,
of
go ahead.
respond to you, is at no point did I think that it was at such the false accusation was at such a level that it was 1 in 4 or 1 in 3 that the type of violence and crime committed against women is I've never believed that, but I did get caught up in the pedantics of the prompt, and I'll concede to that part, but yeah, for all that you said, I'm pretty on board and agree with everything you said, and I've agreed with that even before I even came up with. So I do appreciate that you could actually talk with me and not insult me every other word how you were doing before, and we can sort of come to this I guess middle ground of understanding of each other.
Yeah, I agree. This was productive. And again, I would just beg you to think about what type of person is going to be best for your kids moving forward. That's all. Because I'm just saying that, let's talk about it. You did spend more than an hour of your time advocating for a man who did engage in pimping women, and advocating for a man who may have been falsely accused. I'll totally concede that, but was not necessarily falsely accused. When to be clear, there's other men out there where it seems definitive they were falsely accused, right? And I'm just saying, you spent an hour to 2 hours defending a bad guy, definitely a bad guy, maybe not a rapist, but a bad guy. And it's you could have spent an hour to 2 hours defending victims of grape. And all I'm just saying is just think about the priority. That's all. No hate, no disrespect. I'm just saying, think about where you spend your time.
Okay, I will definitely take that into consideration. I not trying to start an argument, but I don't 100% believe that all the evidence in that video, at least. Maybe that's just because I need to look into that specific case more. I don't specifically believe that he was a bad guy, but again,
Yep, okay.
that is to my knowledge at this very point. I will look into it more and try and find more information. And, you know, if there's more information out there that could further educate me into, you know,
Yeah, I mean, this isn't definitive, but I'm pretty confident he had a prior record as well.
okay. That I'm not aware of, and if that is the case, then, you know, I would definitely find myself more on your side of the fence, as it were, I guess. But from the information that I had from that video and from what I've understood from the other research that I've done, that was a false accusation. And again, I got caught up in the pedantics of the prompt and everything. But I appreciate you taking the time to actually speak to me and not, you know, insult me every other second. And host, I also appreciate you for letting me come up here and letting me speak and address it. And I do hear exactly what you were saying and what your whole purpose of this was. I think there were a lot of people that got a lot more clarification from our conversation than just what the prompt says.
Sincerely appreciate you coming up, man. And I gave you a follow. Like I said, check your messages, and maybe you can come back another time.
Just a heads up.
Yeah.
I only follow people that, like, if I really enjoy their content.
You can unfollow me immediately. You just need to follow me to get the message.
Yeah. So if I unfollow you, don't take it as like a personal thing. Like I
don't at all.
On what I want on my following page.
I don't. I totally get it. All I meant was feel free to come back at another point.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay. Thanks for coming up.
I'll definitely check the DMs and respond in kind.
No need to respond. It's my opinion. You don't have to respond to it. You're not obligated to respond to it, but I'm just sharing it as someone in a similar situation. All right. I'll drop you on down. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Cool. I'll let someone else take the spot.
Cheers. Thanks. Will, what's your take?
Okay. One, I want to talk about the prison system before I go on. First, you go in front of a judge. They determine if you're going to get bail or not, and then you can be in jail awaiting trial for a very long time. And that could be very, very scary for some people. All right. I don't want to defend everything, but ruined is kind of relative because during that time you're not working. And if you don't have any other support system, you could be starting from zero. And I don't know if you guys have ever started from zero before. It's pretty terrible. Okay. But that's only because of a divorce. It's not because I've ever been accused of anything. But I digress from that. 180 days is a long time. Most states have a 180-day policy of keeping you in confinement before you even see the judge and begin your trial. And it could be very scary. Okay. I would like to ask a question of what the metric is on ruined is.
I mean, like, I guess significantly harming your life, and facing long-term harms or repercussions as a result of like this specific accusation, I would say is like a decent metric. But honestly, like, again, I think it's very subjective person to person. However, I would never say that my life was ruined because I missed out on a job opportunity or because I had like a couple months of inconvenience.
If I can offer, let me just offer my own nuance on it. Ruined to me means irreparably damaged. That's, okay, I think, a very good definition. Yeah,
irreparably damaged.
Yeah, because you weren't able to repair it. So yeah.
Most people that end up in jail, not even in prison, And managing all that.
Most people who are accused don't end up in prison though.
Anyone that can't post bail or afford bail goes to jail, and they await pre-trial
I
confinement.
understand. As I just said, the vast majority of people who are accused, never mind falsely accused, the vast majority of people, the vast majority of people who have raped someone never go to jail. Let's just start there.
I don't think that that's accurate. I don't know what your numbers are on that. I know that if you can't afford bail, you end up in jail. That's a fact.
Okay, let me ask you this. How many, for every 100 men who grape, how many of them do you think get arrested and charged? How many?
That's digressing from where
you
I was
just
going to
said
go.
You just said the majority. I just said the vast majority
I
do
didn't
not.
say-
And you said I don't think your numbers are right. So how many of 100?
Last statistical average in the last 10 years, it was 2,600 in
Five. For every 100 men, for every
nationwide.
100,
Falsely
for every
accused.
100 men who grape, 5 are arrested. 5. Now, if you take the, and I don't think you should, but if you take the known information pertaining to false allegations, that false allegations only happen 2 to 10% of the time, which really I think the average they believe is 1 in 20. Okay, what that really means then is 1 in 20 of those 5 may be falsely accused. But we can't now we have to hang on. No, let's do some math. Hang on. No, we're going to do some math. Okay, the 100 number doesn't work well, so let's change the 100 number to 1,000. For every 1,000 people who grape, 50 of them will be charged. Based upon the fact that we know false allegations happen approximately 1 out of every 20, that means for every 1,000 men who are graped, tree of them, for every 1,000 grapes, tree men may be falsely accused. Falsely charged. However, I would argue that the ones who are falsely accused are less likely to ever be charged. But let's even say tree of them are charged. We then know that only 1 of them will be convicted. 1 in 1,000 men will be convicted.
Okay,
3 in 1,000 men will be
This
charged.
isn't my point. My point is it ruining someone's life if it happens?
Did you just hear what I said? Do you concede to numbers or do you disagree with them?
Look, the numbers are terrible, but my point was
the numbers are. What are you talking about? The numbers are very good for grapists. What are you talking about?
Oh my God!
I asked you, do you concede with what I just said? Do you argue with what I just said?
Okay, but that's not my point. My point
I didn't ask if it's your point, Will.
I did say okay. I said okay 3 times.
Okay, so you're admitting. So you're admitting that for every 1,000 grapes, you're conceding that for every 1,000 grapes,
that's not my point.
Tree men are charged. So now, what's your point?
My point is, where I'm quantifying what ruin is. Was that not my initial point? We're talking about what ruin is and how it can be ruined and how dangerous it is.
Men are so fragile. I'm so embarrassed to be a man. Like, you're so fragile. Like, why are you yelling and why are you so angry?
And you're trying to derail what my statement is.
How did I try to derail you?
Can I just get 2 minutes? You can put me on a clock. Just 2 minutes.
Sure, I'll meet myself for 2 minutes. Go.
All right. 1, ruining your life is a metric. It can happen in many different ways. Okay, it can be in jail for a long period of time. It's scary. Now I want to talk about the victims. Right. And this one's near and dear to my heart because it was my sister. Okay. My father coerced her into making a false accusation. She was 12 years old. When she was 16 years old, the bad thing happened. Okay. No one believed her. It ruined her life. Right. The false accusation when she was young ruined her life. Like I feel like at that moment she was broken for the rest of her life. So just to say that it itself, the only people that it ruins is the person. It's wrong. And then you look at prosecutors. That's why prosecutors have a 2-year rotation that work on these things specifically, because prosecutors that review false accusations have a tendency to reduce the amount of time given to these people that are guilty. And if they hear something that sounds even remotely close to that, they have a tendency to not prosecute it too. So the victims are also the people that aren't being listened to. So to say that the false accusations...
Your sister's life wasn't ruined because she falsely accused someone. Your sister's life was ruined because she, first of all, was coerced at a very young age to make a lie. Second of all, like I wouldn't say that that in and of itself, if that's where the story stopped, I don't think I would say that that ruined her specific life.
Oh, there
But the
was way
fact
more
that
to that
she
story.
then experienced it later on, that's what like fucked her up. Like that's what caused harm. Does that make sense?
No, because she made the false accusations is because we got put in the system, and the system moved us away, and the system put her down in a place that was terrible.
She made a false allegation against who was it? I'm so sorry.
My
I didn't.
stepfather.
And what age was she?
12.
And who is it who told her to do that?
My shitty ass father.
Okay, do you blame your sister?
I blame my father every day.
So that's not a false allegation then. Your father your father. We find that false allegations are almost always done by men. That's what we find out, right? So why are you not blaming your father? He didn't even falsely accuse. What he did was
No, I
he
think he
coerced
is,
someone
but
to lie.
I do blame my father.
I know, but then it's not a false allegation. If you blame your father, then you would be calling this coercion. If it was your sister lying that you blame, you'd call it a false allegation. But this was not a false allegation. Your sister was coerced to lie.
But the
That's
part
not a
that
false.
makes
Hang on,
her-
stop. That's not a false allegation. Do you understand that?
But I'm talking about who is the.
Do you understand what I just said? Your sister didn't make a false allegation, and shame on you for saying your sister made a false allegation.
Don't
Your
say shame on
sister,
me, brother.
shame on you.
That's come on.
Your
man.
sister didn't
That's
make a
so
false
base.
allegation. Your sister was coerced to make a false statement about someone. But to
Okay,
say she made
all
a
right.
false allegation is putting the blame on her. Shame on you
Again,
for that.
How would you tell the story then in a different way?
Sure, I would say that a dude manipulated and coerced a child to tell lies about someone.
Yeah. What kind of lie?
It wasn't her lie.
Yeah, but what kind of lie?
It wasn't her lie.
Like you're pivoting now.
What do you mean? What kind of lie? A lie, a false lie.
But if I'm going to tell you the story of how it happened and what the fallout was, how would I explain it to you? How would I?
Sure. Maybe you're just not aware of this, so I'll just explain it to you. The term false allegation does not refer to a lie. It's not a synonym. They're not identical. A false allegation is when a person knowingly and willingly lies in order to hurt someone, or in order to protect themselves, or in order to do something bad to the person, right? It's malicious in nature, right?
Does what?
I would never ever say
Does what? Does what again?
that does something malicious to someone.
No. The one
I would
before that.
never say that if you were to put a pew-pew to a woman's head and told her, if you don't call the cops right now and tell them that you were assaulted, I would never call that a false allegation. That's not a false allegation. That's an example of a kidnapping and someone being forced to do something. That's not, it's sort of like a bank robber who uses the bank manager to rob from the bank. The bank manager is told that if you don't go to the bank and take out all the money, I'm going to unalive your family. So the bank manager goes to the bank and he robs the bank and he brings all the money back to the bank robber. But you would never say the bank robber robbed, you would never say the bank manager robbed the bank. You would say the bank robber robbed the bank and that the bank manager was coerced. Do you see the distinction? I'm not fighting with you, dude. I'm just saying, do you understand the distinction? Like, to call it a false allegation is to put the blame on your sister, and your sister is blameless.
So, in effect, when we got put in the system and we got separated,
due to your father coercing your sister.
No. It was.
So you are blaming her then?
When the court looked at it, they didn't say because your father's coercion.
Who was it due to? What was it due to?
Why were we?
Is it due to your sister, or is it due to your father? It's due to your father. It had nothing to do with your sister. Your sister was a victim, and it's shame on you for suggesting that she did something wrong.
Buddy, stop with the shame on you stuff, all right?
Shame on you. Okay, do you want to get her to join the live and ask her how she feels about you going around saying that she's a false accuser of men? Do you want to do that?
She physically can't.
Would you agree? Would you agree that someone who makes a false accusation is a false accuser of men? Would you agree with that?
I'm confused by your statement. Run it by one more time?
Sure. Would you agree that someone who makes a false accusation is someone who is a false accuser of men, who lies about men? Or let me rephrase it. Would you agree that a female who is a false accuser is someone who lies about men.
Not necessarily.
How? Why not? Like, aren't they telling a lie about a man? If it's a false accusation, it's a lie about a man, right?
I don't know the assumption of who that they're accusing.
So, are you calling your sister a liar?
If it were a gender thing, I don't.
Are you calling your sister a liar? Mac, hang on. I knew Mac was going to do that. Mac, the reason was because it's a woman or a child. In this case, we're talking about a child, smartass. I saw that. I knew that was coming.
With you.
Will, I'm asking you, are you calling your sister a liar? Like, do you understand how despicable it is? How you're talking about your sister
Gotta hold
who's
all
a
of my
victim?
men accountable. Can't just hold the shitty ones.
Yeah, but I think that one. You're right. That's fair. You're right. I should have said female human. I didn't. So, Will, I'm asking you, like, do you not understand how despicable it is that you're calling your sister a liar? She was coerced. She's not a liar.
The question is does false accusations?
I'm asking you, are you calling your sister a liar?
I'm stating that event
You're
that
avoiding
happened,
my question.
and the only way to explain how that event was and how it started.
Is your sister a liar? I'll say this very clearly, Will. If a woman falsely accuses a man and is proven to falsely accuse a man of rape, she's a fucking liar. She's a fucking liar. I've got no problem saying that any woman who falsely accuses a man is a fucking liar. Do you want me to call your sister? Do you think your sister should be called a fucking liar, Will?
I don't know why you're being aggressive.
I'm asking, do you think your sister should be called a fucking liar?
No. She was a kid.
Why? She was a kid, right?
She was just a kid, man.
She was just a kid. She was a victim herself. Of who? Of your father, right? She didn't make a false accusation. She was coerced and forced to do something against her will. She didn't lie. She had no choice. I'm not going to blame her for that. I'm not going to put moral culpability on her for that. Now, you said she's no longer here, so I'm sorry, I did miss part of the story. She unalived herself due to this?
No. Other things happened. It's a very, very long story.
You're no longer in contact with her?
No, she's deceased.
Oh, she's deceased. Okay. Is your father still alive?
Oh, no, he's long since gone. He died in 2017.
Okay, I'm not fighting with you, dude. What I'm simply saying is like, I need you to no longer ever do that again. Because like, it's so disrespectful to your sister to call that a false accusation. Your sister was corrupted and manipulated and coerced by a grown-ass man for his own selfish needs. That doesn't make your sister a liar. Your sister was a victim. And okay, so don't go around saying false accusations. Do that then.
Right. But she was also a victim. That's what I'm trying to point out. She was a victim of that.
You can't be a victim of your own false accusation, Will.
No, she was a victim of rape. You missed it.
No, but she's saying he was a victim of with the father. Is that what you were saying, or are you also saying
No,
separately?
he's saying that she's a victim of rape.
Okay, but that doesn't take away from what I'm saying, which is the fact that like, don't go around saying she falsely accused someone. She didn't. She didn't, Will. Like, I'm sorry. Like, pick a different example. Don't tokenize your sister and
Not
like
tokenizing. Look, you can't tokenize my sister. It's not.
You tokenized and you slandered your sister.
That's not tokenizing. Tokenizing is something that you don't know. This is
nope.
That's not tokenizing my own life.
It is tokenizing.
It isn't when it's your own life. It's tokenizing when it's your friend or an associate.
It's not your life. You're tokenizing your sister by calling her a false accuser, which would make her a fucking liar, which she's not, in order to prove a point that makes you feel good about yourself. That's disgusting. You tokenized and you slandered your deceased sister. That's fucked up. Don't do that. Simple as that, Will. Just don't do that.
Buddy, one, you're really coming at me sideways and it's unappreciated. Two,
it's unappreciated what you just did to a victim who now you're telling me was also raped.
It wasn't even now. It was like a long time ago. And it was the point of in which how it could affect somebody. And you're blindly seeing. You're blindly not seeing what I'm talking about. That the fallout isn't just isolated to men. Other people can be affected by the fallout.
Don't use that example. Pick a different example because that's not a false accusation. That's not a false accusation, Will. Will, I'm going to say it again.
I'm a little bit confused on how you use court jargon and it's the way the courts work and the courts push in directions. But then when it's an emotional event, it's not the courts, it's your emotions that dictate what the right answer is.
I don't understand. It's not emotions for me.
The court is the one that determines whether it's a false accusation, not your feelings. Not whether it was coercion or not, they don't care. The court doesn't care.
False accusation isn't a legal term, dude.
False accusation is not a legal term?
No, it's not a legal term. There's no such thing as a crime of false accusations. Did you not know that, Will? There's a crime of perjury, and there's a crime for filing a false statement. There's no such thing as a false accusation crime. It's not a legal term, Will.
Underneath the guidance, and when they start spelling it out, they use that exact word.
Okay, that's adorable. It's not a legal term. It's not a legal term. I don't know what to tell you, Will.
Where did you get your law degree at?
I don't disclose where I got my law degree at.
Oh, okay. Where do you practice? What state do you practice law in?
Virginia.
Virginia.
Did that help you with your argument at all?
Not really.
Did that prove that the term false accusation is a legal term?
No.
So then what are you getting at?
Different states use different.
Because are you a lawyer? Because are you a lawyer?
No, I'm not a lawyer. But different states have different rules. But I digress. My point was to identify what ruin was and what the metric of ruin was, and that there's more of a fallout than just that person. And to bring up the fact that they do rotate.
Okay, Will, I'm happy to have this conversation with you. I'm no longer going to talk about your sister's example, and I'm going to ask you again, are you no longer going to talk about your sister's example?
I won't, bud. I won't.
Okay, so let's talk about another example. So what other example, because, there was someone else who was here previously, and let me be clear. When it says false accusations doesn't ruin lives, what the prompt really means is false accusations are not often made. When they are made, they rarely have any impact on the man whatsoever. And you may be right that there are one or two cases where a false accusation could ruin a life, quote unquote, but it is a tiny, tiny, tiny immaterial percentage. And the whole point of this live is to educate people that men try to over-exaggerate the impact of a false accusation. Do you disagree with that? Do you think that the impact of false accusations is over-exaggerated in society? Or
absolutely. I won't deny that. I won't deny the fact that when you're looking at I'll give you averages, 2,600 cases a year, and only 180 of them get dismissed on immediate grounds of lack of evidence or failure to come forward. I mean, that's
not a false accusation, right?
No. I'm just saying that's a really low number.
I don't know what those numbers are. What are you quoting right now?
It's less than 7%.
What? I don't understand the numbers you're citing.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm looking at the last 10-year averages of, cases, and how it's only been only deemed somewhere statistical average anywhere from as low as 2 to 10%.
Are false allegations. That's not false convictions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. False allegations, and that number of those allegations, and the number even trickles down to a finite number, even lower. I haven't studied case file, but it's not alarming. It's not.
No, but you were saying 1 or 2,000. What is that number you're referring to?
I just average the law of average of over 10 years. 2,600 is just a random number, just so you can get a baseline of anywhere.
What does it say? 2,600 what?
Total cases that were accepted, but only 7%, which would be like around 180.
Sorry. Are you saying there was 2,600 examples of false convictions in the past 10 years?
No, actual convictions, and only 7% was pushed out on.
That must be in your state.
No, I'll have to go back and look to make sure that.
That's not federal. Like, you understand there's more than 1 million people raped in the U.S. every year, right?
I might have looked at the page that said Ohio.
I think you looked at your state.
Yeah, I can go back and double check that, but still, that's an incredibly low number. I mean, if you look at other numbers in which where other crimes are committed, that number is astronomically higher. It's a drop in the bucket compared to like even like white collar crimes. It's not even close. But I concede that fact to you. I'm conceding that fact to you. I'm not arguing that. But what I was saying that the fallout could affect more than just that individual, to hence ruin somebody's life.
I agree it could, but I mean, that's what I'm trying to say is you seem to be a little bit too pedantic in the sense you're focused on, is it possible? Yes, it's possible. Is it likely? No. And the reason why I would say no is, Will, how many women are in your family? Aunts, cousins, sisters, roughly?
9, I think. 9?
9, okay. So statistics would say that you likely have 2 of those women were likely raped. That's statistics, okay? There's a pretty good likelihood that 2 of those women have been raped, and that's just your family, right?
Yeah.
Now, putting aside your sister who was coerced to do something, right? How many men do you know have been falsely accused?
2, actually.
Okay, so we'll get into those 2, right? So 2 for 2, and those are your friends, right?
They were my subordinates.
Okay, so all right, so if you're looking at all the men in your family, let's say there's 9 of them.
27.
27, okay. And you're looking at all the male friends you have, and you're looking at all your men subordinates, right? You've probably got hundreds, I'm guessing, that you've had over your lifetime.
Thousands upon thousands.
Okay, so you've known 2 false allegations, which we'll dive into, right?
Yeah, no,
You've known 2, right? But of all the women you've known, divide by 5, and that's how many were raped. Okay, just understand the prevalence of this, right? Now, the 2 that you said are false allegations, who are those 2? Aside from your stepfather, who are those 2?
They worked for me a long time ago. One of them, so I was in the military at the time. Both of the kids were my subordinates. They tried to do the right thing, and they were, though the process takes a long time, one of them ended up getting taken.
Were they accused by the same woman?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go slowly. Is this military?
Yes.
Yeah, I had a suspicion. So what is it that was claimed? What did the woman claim?
She claimed that that they took her back to the hotel room, and it was like 3 hours of something that was terrible.
Okay, and great. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a long paragraph. A long paragraph of what happened, and she assumed that they were English teachers, but they weren't. They were fellow soldiers who. Their story.
Oh, they didn't know each other beforehand.
They met at earlier that day. The soldiers met. Sometimes there's places that soldiers will go to because it's just
rec halls or places to meet out.
We're in South Korea, so it's just like a good restaurant, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, expat places. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's difficulty. I don't know what words I would use for understanding, but. They go there, they meet a bunch of guys, they realize that they're Joes, they're acting up and they're being ridiculous in the scene, and they go over and talk to them and say, hey, look, these are our customs and courtesies of South Korea, this is what you need to do, these are the places to go, you should go to this place, but you should definitely not do what you're doing right now. They listened to them, thinking that they were English teachers because of their knowledge of South Korea. They tell them, hey, look, we're up from down south. We're not from the Seoul area where you're from. What clubs are nice? They list off 3 clubs. Later that night, my 2 soldiers, they go out to the club and they see a girl passed out with a whole bunch of jackets on them, right? Well, they know from the conversation that they gave up the information that they were soldiers. Well, the other guy said that he was the squad leader. He was in charge. I walked up to him and said, hey, you know that your subordinate is there underneath all those blankets, passed out.
So the 2 soldiers knew the woman?
No.
They recognized her?
They recognized her, yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They recognized her as a fellow soldier?
Yes.
Okay.
They walked up to the sergeant and said, you need to correct this. 1, this shouldn't be happening, and 2, and then he handed a card to them and said, this is her hotel room. You guys take care of it if you want to be captain, whatever. And they were like, that's messed up. And they were like, hey, and then They went over, talked to her. She got.
So they brought her. They escorted her home to get her safe.
They put her in a hotel. They put her in a cab, took her to the hotel, and the whole 9 yards. Fortunately, in Korea, everything's caught on CCTV. Everything's caught on CCTV.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and so they brought her home, dropped her off, probably walked her into the hotel room, and walked right out.
Yep. Moved the garbage can over to her door, walked right out.
And she claimed what?
That it was terrible and it was the worst experience of her life.
And when she made that claim, she knew at that point that they were military.
No. She thought they were English teachers. So why she made the claim?
Why?
There was an EDRI, which is where you activate the unit wherever we're at, and we have to push as a training exercise up towards the DMZ in case of we're being attacked. She found out that there was an EDRI called. Her sergeant tried to get a hold of her, but didn't do a great job. I guess he didn't call her, forgot about her or whatever. They all went down south as fast as they could. She found out at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then she made that story up to try and not be in trouble.
I mean, that's what you guys assumed, I assume.
Oh, that's what she copped to at the end.
So when you say copped to, you're telling me, and I want to be real clear, Will, I want, like, please don't exaggerate, right?
I'm not
I want to
exaggerating.
be super clear.
I was
Did she make a statement?
She did.
That said, I lied in order to get out of trouble.
She made a statement saying, I lied because I was afraid that I was going to get in trouble for missing movement for the EDRI. The exact.
Where did she make that statement?
Underneath oath in front of the judge.
Why would you have been at a military tribunal hearing?
What? A military tribunal?
Was it a civil court?
No, it was, but I was the bailiff.
I thought you said they were your subordinates. What? Wait, hang on. What court was it? Was it criminal, civil, or military?
It is military, but when your soldiers, or when a unit has people going, they have to select somebody from that unit to go with them as a bailiff. The bailiff is provided by the unit. That's factual. You can Google it.
Okay, so you were the bailiff in this situation. You were the two alleged rapists bailiff, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I sat in the court the entire time and listened to everything. I was physically present for the whole thing.
So you're saying she said it on the stand?
She said it on the stand.
So then I should be able to, isn't there some sort of procedure where I'm able to submit a request, a FOIA request to... So I assume she got a court-martial and or dishonorable discharge, right?
She did not. She did not.
How would she not? Like she was found to have been lying to a military court. How do you not get a reprimand that leads to a court-martial and a dishonorable discharge?
Because no one wants to prosecute someone like that in fear that someone else won't go forward.
But she admitted it.
It doesn't matter. They didn't want to do it.
How do you know that?
I know that because I talked to our.
Why would the prosecutors share with you their legal evaluation as to why to press charges?
Because it's Army. We just talk and they answer questions. Like
You're telling me the prosecutor proffered to you, the bailiff who's representing the defendants. Remember, you're on the opposite side. You're there with the defendants. You're telling me the prosecutor told you, we know she lied, but we're not going to prosecute her due to the fact that we don't want to discourage other people.
That's what he said, but that is not my position in the Army because it could have been anybody there as the bailiff. I volunteered to do it. Like it could have been anybody in the unit. They didn't know that I was.
I didn't ask that question. What I'm asking is, it doesn't make sense to me that the prosecutor talked to you.
They do. Have you ever been in the military? Everybody talks to everybody. I mean, it's not
why would the prosecution talk to someone who is friendly with the defendant? Do you understand? That's the issue I'm pointing out.
How would he know if I was friendly or not?
Because you're you just said you were the bailiff. You said.
All he knows is I came from the unit. There's 280 people in that unit. How does he know that?
Not because there were only a handful of people in a court. I've been in court multiple times. They're not packed courtrooms. Okay, tell me I'm lying. How many people were in that court? Less than 20.
Oh, way less than 20. Maybe 12.
So when you say there was 280 people in there, trust me, the prosecutor knows who you are.
No. There's 280 people in
the unit.
Not at the courthouse building.
I know. So he knows who you are, is what I'm saying. So why would the prosecutor come up to you and say, "We know she's lying, but we're not"?
I asked. I walked up to him. I was like, "Hey, so what's going to happen to her now?" And he said, "Well," and he explained it. And he was like, "But realistically, probably nothing, because there's a stigma with this, and we don't want to push it." Because at the time, there was a lot of that happening in Korea, and they were trying to clean it up. They were trying to do what they could, and
A lot of women lying?
No, the other one, afraid to tell the truth. It's difficult.
Okay, just out of curiosity, did she say I lied, or did she say I misremembered?
No, she said she lied because it was proven that she lied.
But she was also drunk as fuck when she got back to the hotel room, right? You said she was passed out.
She was passed out, but she was ambulatory. They got her up and she walked.
I understand that, but she was passed out, right?
She was passed out at the club.
I understand
They woke her up
that.
at the club, and then they took her to the room.
What I'm getting at is like, isn't it fully possible that something happened? You said she was found under a collection of coats. I want you to stop and think for a moment, right? That means people or someone threw coats on her, right? So, like, isn't it possible she was graped there and that she misremembered where the grape took place? Like,
Again,
why would she have coats all over her? Why would she have coats all over her, Will?
Because it was November or December in Korea. It's like,
so people saw a human being and threw coats on her.
I don't know. You're asking me to state the judgments of people that aren't in my unit, that aren't my soldiers. Like I can't. I
mean, you're stating the judgment of the prosecutor, though. So, like, I don't think it's unfair of me to ask. Like, you're saying that she lied. I don't understand, why would someone go up on the stand and say I lied when she could have easily said something happened to me in the bar, or I don't understand it. That's how I remember it.
Well,
I was drunk. Maybe I was wrong. Like, that's all she had to say. Right? So, like, why would she say she lied and risk
not exactly
court martial?
There was 3 different interviews that she had, because they don't call them interrogations; they're called interviews. The story was vastly different each time, and then when they looked at the timeline of her leaving, they found the taxi cab that they got in. They looked at the timestamp of the cameras outside the club, the time it took them to get to the hotel room, and the duration of time that they were in the hallway and even into the room. And they said they were only in the room for 37 seconds, enough time to put someone down, go get a trash can and put it by them and tell them that they'll be okay, and then walk out.
Okay, well then, recognizing everything you've just said, now that we've exhaustively gone through and you've told me that it was revealed during the trial that she lied, can you tell me exactly why did the trial continue?
It takes a while for CID to get the evidence.
But
And
she
once-
testified at trial, right?
But once you get to a certain point in a military trial, it's that's it. There's no stopping it. This
No.
machine's going.
That's a lie. Let me ask the question again. You're saying she went on the trial, on the stand, and she said I lied, right?
She didn't go up to the stand. She made a statement. She made a statement in front of the judge, in front of everybody else.
How do you make a statement in a courtroom?
She stands up at the other side with the written letter and speaks. It's.
What does that mean? So, are you saying that, was it part of the proceeding?
I don't think that it was. I think that she was confronted with the evidence, and then she chose to do that, and it might have been like a plea deal for her to not be in more trouble and them not to go after her if she admitted to it. I don't know.
So why wouldn't the prosecutor have just dropped the charges if the prosecutor knew she was going to do the statement?
After a panel has been selected, after the jury's been selected, there's no stopping. The rules for military trial are different than civilian trial. Once a military panel has been selected, it is going forward. It has to go forward. It can't. At no point can they dismiss it. At no point it's got to go all the way to the abrupt end.
What happens if there's a military trial for the unaliving of a person, but then it's determined that the person was never unalived? Are you telling me they continue with the trial?
So they would probably stop pretrial confinement if they knew that the person was alive. If they weren't, if they
would not continue with the trial, Will, right?
No, they would continue. He'd just be relieved and have to show back up on a specific date, and they would adjust the dates for that thing.
How would it continue? There's no crime at that point, right?
But it's not how the military works.
I know, but so what I'm saying is when you say continue, he would not be kept in jail, right?
He would no longer be in
And there would be no trial, right?
And there would be a trial. He would still have to show up.
There would not be a trial. The prosecutor would just make a statement at the beginning of the trial saying, we drop all charges. How would there be a trial over someone's death when that person's sitting in the courtroom, Will?
It would still have to. You would still have to be in front of everything. It would still come to a conclusion. I think even civilian even civilian courts is the same thing.
No, they don't. The defense would file a motion to dismiss based upon the new evidence, or the prosecutor sua sponte would.
The only difference is that all parties have to be physically present in the military one. That's the only difference.
But that's not a difference. I mean, you can be physically present to dismiss the case.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm confused then, so then what you're saying is, how quickly was this trial done?
9 months.
Okay. And during that 9 months, those two men were what? Held in confinement?
For the first 30 days, they were held in confinement. And then
so they spent 30 days in confinement, and I assume they were dishonorably discharged.
Oh, no.
I assume they lost their command or whatever it's called.
They lost abilities to be promoted. They lost key assignments.
Those weren't they were not provided those after they were exonerated due to the statement?
Nope. And
what do you mean nope? Wait, what do you mean nope? They were not held back after that, right?
They were. Both kids were held. Both kids were supposed to be slated to go to the Special Forces SOAR. Both kids were supposed to go to SOAR. Neither one were able to go to SOAR.
Why?
Because they missed their window.
You're telling me there's only one window during a person's military career to go to SOAR? Hang on. We have two military people here right now, so I want you to speak carefully, right? Are you saying they only had a single window in order to go to SOAR, and therefore they never got to go to SOAR?
So, placing in the army is a little bit different. It's called based off of MTO, and once you
can somebody get John in here? Somebody message John. Go ahead, Will.
There's only so many slots. There's only so many slots provided. Period. That's it. That's all that exists.
What does that mean? I'm asking you the question again. You said there was only a window of time, and it was within that 9-month period. Yes. And after that 9-month period, they never would have been able to do it again.
No, the slots were filled, and you have to wait for another slot to open up, and you don't know when it's going to open up.
But it could open up the next year, right?
Maybe, but I doubt it.
So they could have applied to next year, right?
Even then, there's a reason when it goes
through.
They
could have applied to next year, right?
No, they wouldn't have gotten through.
Why?
Because it all goes through one office, and if they read their name and they know exactly where it was at and why they were booted from the program, they're just going to kick their packet.
So you're telling me they didn't apply?
What? No, Hernandez applied 2 times.
I thought you said there was a window of time where you can only apply one time.
There was.
So how did they apply 2 times after the trial?
Hernandez did. After the trial?
You just said there's no ability to. Remember you said that?
How would I know there's no ability if he didn't?
You said there's only one window of time during which they could go to special forces, right?
Not special forces, special operations.
You said there was only one opportunity, one window, and they missed that window. But now you're telling me after that window that one person applied 2 more times. So there was no window, right?
There is a window.
Well, that window seems to extend past the trial date.
It is so people.
What you're saying is, what you mean to say is you believe there was discrimination against those 2 men that prevented them from getting chosen.
Yes.
Okay, so there's no window, right? You admit that now.
There is a window. There is a window.
Okay, but it's not a single window that closes for all time during their military career, right?
Does a window in your house close for one time?
Okay, so you agree that window would have been reopened, correct?
Could have.
Great. So they applied 2 more times and they got denied 2 times. Can you explain why would the military discriminate against someone when there's a written record that it was a lie?
Because that's not how it's dismissed. They just know that this came up, this guy did this, and then something happened. They don't do any background checking, and most of that stuff it isn't like you can just go out and grab it. Even in the Army, like that.
Wait. In a case where someone makes admissions that they were lying, the prosecutor would have withdrawn the charges. What are you talking about?
But they wouldn't be able. All they would know is that on this date, these guys were going to show up here, but this is what happened, and that pretty much puts a idea in this guy's head, and that guy's that guy that does that specific job, that does the recruiting, stays there. It's not like a job where someone only does for like 3 years.
But it's not like this special operations is that big a deal.
Kind of is.
Why?
Because it's the tip of the spear for Army aviation. Like it's the.
Oh, it's like very prestigious to get into it or something?
Yeah, it's like the
But
best.
so like
of the
everyone
best.
doesn't get into it?
It's true.
So if everyone doesn't get into it, why do you assume that these two guys would have?
Because they were good.
Okay, isn't there a lot of good people in the military, or are you saying there's a lot of bad people in the military, Will?
I feel like that's a
loaded question.
I don't know everybody in the military. I mean, I really feel like you're trying to get me to load an answer there.
I'm just asking you, do you think that the other people you worked with were bad?
Have I met bad people in the military? Yes.
That's not what I asked. What I asked was, do you think that everyone else in the military, generally speaking, was less good than these two guys?
They were probably top 5 I've ever worked with.
Okay, that doesn't mean that they were... Go ahead.
In 21 years, they were probably top 5 I've ever worked with. When it comes to diagnosing and understanding the fundamentals of the UH-60 aircraft, they were probably 2 of the best.
Okay, how many spots... All right, so they missed out on this special opportunity thing with they did special operations, which they didn't miss out on. They had later choices to reapply, and they did. They just got denied, which you don't know why they got denied. Aside from that, how else did it affect their lives?
I mean, after his second denial, he got out. I mean,
That was his choice. How did that ruin his life?
Ruin their lives. I never made the claim that you asked me, has this ever happened before?
Okay, so then, no, you're right. You're totally right. So then you agree that in your personal experience, where you know, I think you said over 1,000 men, you only know 2 have been falsely accused, and those 2 men, their lives were not ruined.
Yeah, I'm going to say that their lives were held back and ruin his perspective. You know, they may have had ambitions to do certain things, not able to do those, but I wouldn't say on my metrics of how my life is lived, I wouldn't say ruined. But again, that's their life.
So their lives were not ruined.
But but that's their lives. I don't know if it was their heartstring and desire to do one thing. The currency that you live by may not be the currency that they live by.
I understand that, but based upon your metric, you don't think their lives are ruined. So I'm just pointing out that, like, based upon your own personal experience of knowing 1,000 men, you've only known 2 who were likely falsely accused, and their lives weren't ruined, whereas you have met 1,000 women, and of those 1,000 women, 200 have been raped.
I don't want to say the next thing because I can't get it to come out of my mouth.
Go ahead.
No, I can't do it, man.
What? I don't understand.
Because I feel disgusting saying this out loud.
I mean, say it and we'll work through it. I won't attack you the first time you say it. We'll try to work through it.
I'm going to say I feel dirty saying this out loud, and I'm glad it's not a bunch of people looking at me. But no, I ain't going to say it. No, I can't.
All right, hang on. Can you message me it?
No, it'd be the counter effect of them and how they. I can't do it, man. I wouldn't.
No. Do you want to message me it? DM, I mean.
Oh.
DM me.
Can you soften up what you're? Can you soften it up?
Does he feel like a garbage person saying it out loud? Like I know that it's dirty.
Well, so like, does that suggest to you that what you're thinking is wrong, or are you just afraid of what people will say? Which is it? I don't understand.
No, because my like I was saying about currency, my currency is pride and honor. That's what I live by, and I wouldn't think that this would be a. No, I mean, I'm not even going to say it. It's terrible. You don't counter accuse victims. You don't.
Are you saying that, like, obviously some women grape? Is that what you're saying?
No. Like, you're saying how it affects their life, but then the counter of. Yeah, no, I'm not even going to say it, man. I can't. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. So, given the fact that, like, your personal experience shows that false accusations don't ruin lives, am I right in saying that you can't tell me a public person, someone you don't know personally, that you can't tell me a public person whose life has been ruined as a result of a false accusation, provided that person, you're white, right, Will?
Okay.
So let's pick a white guy. Do you know a single public person whose life has been ruined as a result of a false accusation?
I mean, white guy? I don't know. I don't. Is the punter from the Bills? What's his name? Was he white? Is he considered white?
Let me check.
No. I know that he was the first punter taken that early in probably 10, 15 years, and no one will touch him. To this day, no one will touch him, even though he was exonerated. But again, I feel like that's quibbling. You know, even if I found one person, it's quibbling in comparison to. I just wanted, when I initially came up here, I just wanted the ruins to be defined and to say that there was other people that could be hit in the blast radius besides the people that you're saying, you know. Those are the only 2 points that I wanted to make over an hour ago.
So I can't quite tell, but he looks like he may not be white, but let's just assume he is. He was not exonerated, and he also appears to be returning to the NFL. So the case against him was dismissed. That's not the same as being innocent, right? Like we all know, O.J. Simpson very likely is a unaliver, but he was found not guilty. So when you're found not guilty, that's not an exoneration. That just so people get confused by that, and I do understand that. I don't always get angry. Sometimes I do. Basically, when you're trying to put someone in jail, what we ask is that you have to provide evidence that is beyond a reasonable doubt. If you can't meet that burden, we don't put you in jail. That doesn't mean that we think you're innocent. In fact, the vast majority of the vast majority of juries who find someone not guilty may still think that the person is guilty. They just don't think there was enough evidence. So someone having a case dismissed is not a false allegation. You understand that difference, right?
Yeah, but the kid's case in Korea was dismissed. So, I mean...
Which kid? You mean the two military friends?
Yeah, I call them kids.
I know, but you said their lives weren't ruined. So I asked you again, like, don't you think...
Other lives affected and the matrix of ruin was established, but again...
I mean, one of them didn't even try to apply, and then the other one got denied twice, but you don't really know for sure. You guessed.
But the one that didn't try to apply was trying to keep his marriage together that didn't end up staying together.
Dude, you know military divorce is incredibly common.
And also, so a breakup. Well, I've been wanting to say this, not just when you're talking, but you do know that, like, in our prison system, that there is a certain percentage, a decent percentage of people that are locked away that are innocent, and then they realize they've been wrongly convicted through not just false accusations, but forensics will clear them and all kinds of things. There are innocence projects, you know, and then they get released of all kinds of crimes, white collar crimes, murders, violent crimes, all kinds of, you know, various crimes that people are in prison for, and it turns out they didn't do it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I looked up this stat, and it, you know, people say that it's between 5 and 10% of people are actually in prison for crimes they didn't commit, which is, you know, disturbing and staggering. And like you were I think you were the one talking about, like, if people can't afford their bail, they're in jail, and then people are convicted of crimes they don't commit. It's a reality of the system, unfortunately. Very often it has to do with how much money a person has, their lawyer, various things. You kind of can't help it. My worry as a woman, and whenever we talk about this, is that for some reason, false accusations become such a talking point only when it comes to sexual assault. All of a sudden, people are so concerned about, oh my God, I know this person that was wrongfully accused, maybe not even charged, or they were charged, but they weren't convicted, or they were convicted. And the numbers on that, because I did look it up, sexual assaults aren't it's not the biggest number of wrongful convictions. There are murder is actually a larger percentage. Assaults, other crimes have higher wrongful conviction rates, and that's horrible too. But why is it that when it comes to these crimes, that all of a sudden everyone is seemingly so worried about ruining a life? That is what's troubling to me. It's always bad when someone is wrongfully accused. And it's not always people lying. It's just the nature of sometimes when a crime is committed against someone, they might misidentify the person. They might have things wrong. Someone might be drunk and, think it's someone else, whatever the reasons are. Yes, that happens. But why is it with sexual assault that all of a sudden when we know, we all know women that this has happened to, very often people they know that have done this to them, and that it's convicted at a low rate, it's charged at a low rate. Irish talks about this all the time, that most people aren't charged, most people aren't accused, and yet everyone is always talking about, the fear of, oh my God, you could ruin a man's life. But the numbers are 5 to 10% of people are in prison for crimes they didn't commit already. So that's why I have trouble with some of what you're saying, and other people are always going on these lives talking about the horror that someone they know was wrongfully accused. Someone might be wrongfully accused, but they only care about that in the cases of sexual assaults, which we know are happening at alarming rates.
And another way of like reframing that would be whenever I hear someone has been charged with unaliving someone,
Yeah.
I never ever, what I always hear people say is, let's see what the evidence shows. That's what I always hear.
Yeah.
I always hear, let's see how it plays out in court. I never hear someone say, I hope they vetted the allegations. Oh my God, this is going to be terrible if this ends up being a false allegation. I never hear that.
Yeah. And I understand when it's someone like if some people I knew, a friend was accused of murder or assault, I'd be like, that's not the person I know. I don't think they did that. That's understandable. But when it's sexual assault cases, people always go, oh, that woman's probably a liar. She's doing it to ruin his life. She's doing it for attention. She's doing it for money, and they don't, and I'm always like, with anything, well, what is the evidence? Have they been accused of this before? And very often it's people who have kind of this behavior with assaults, in my opinion, starts with people in their teen years when they're young. It's kind of always there. There are very few people that hide this behavior. It's in their language. It's in their dating history. When they get a few drinks in them, it comes out. It's detectable. And it's a lot of people usually covering up this behavior and pretending that the words they use don't matter, and all of that. But yeah, it's these things, and when people say, oh well, and even when they say wrongful, my friend was wrongfully accused, and I'm always asking like, well, are you sure they didn't do it? Well, the girl retracted her statement, and I'm like, well, that doesn't mean he didn't do it. It doesn't mean he was innocent. It's kind of a harrowing experience to go through the court system and report this.
Another example to me that stands out is that false allegations for rape are 2 to 10%, and it's believed to be more likely to be 4 to 6, right? So 2 to 10 is the range. So that, oh, he's gone. But the one that always gets me is when it comes to insurance claims, 10 to 15%, 10 to 15% of insurance claims are false. Yet I don't hear people, when someone says my car was stolen, I don't hear people say, are you sure? Like, I don't hear that.
Yeah, I'm looking at like a pie chart right now of wrongfully convicted crimes by type. And murder and manslaughter is 42%. Yet no one, that's a lot of people wrongfully convicted of a crime that when you're wrongfully convicted, the time you spend and turning your life around is, well, that really is like the hardest thing to do. And yet no one is like, oh, that person ruined that person's life. All those people involved, they're like, well, that's a tough break, like. And then it says, robbery 9%, fraud 7%. So accusations and wrongful convictions for SA are within that range. It also says child abuse 17%. And I'm guessing some of that is when people are breaking up and getting divorced. And like he was saying, a parent gets involved and tells the kids to say stuff about the spouse.
And I guarantee people don't say, don't believe the child just in case. We all say, believe the child just in case. Like, it sucks for the parents, but
Yeah.
you got to believe the kid. Like, no one would say otherwise. Like, it's a very, like, we all know it's obviously, misogynistic thing that's been conditioned into people. I get it. But, like, it's kind of crazy how many dudes just don't understand that this is unique and they never stop and ask, why is it unique?
And, I'm in from a family of women. And as far as I know, unless I don't know stuff, there isn't essays that have happened. Maybe I just don't know about them. I mean, we could all tell stories about slimy behavior and harassment in the workplace for sure, and teachers that we've observed things and all of that. But we would all say that, like, women have to be vigilant in a way that it's just sometimes as vigilant as we can be. We've been lucky. And we know friends that were just unlucky, that were as vigilant as we ever were. And there's so much luck involved sometimes. Like, we think like, oh, one time, we fell asleep in our apartments with our door unlocked. And it was just lucky that nothing happened. We came home drunk, and it's just lucky that nothing happened. And you have to be lucky 100% of the time. And that's,
I need to work on the language about the idea that, like, I think it's perfectly acceptable for parents to teach children to be vigilant. I just think it's obnoxious when guys do it to grown-ass women, because by the time they're grown-ass women, they kind of already know everything at that point in terms of how to be vigilant. But, like, you should teach people to be vigilant, obviously. But the way you just phrased it is very good, in the sense that you can be vigilant as you want to. It doesn't mean you're not going to be a victim. And I think a lot of being vigilant is also about reassuring yourself that you're doing what you can, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be more protected.
well, it's kind of like the thing of I'm one of 4 girls. My first cousins were 3 girls, and then my second cousins, 5 girls, 2 boys. So like women everywhere. So, and women are very much like, we just naturally, when we leave parties, call when you get home. And guys don't do that. They don't, all the guys that everyone married kind of learn that behavior. We learn that behavior from us, and they kind of like yell at us for being neurotic because we made them neurotic. They're like, call us when you get home, because we're all
It drives me fucking crazy. It drives me crazy. Like, now I have a better understanding, but like, I never understood why women were constantly asking where I am, how I'm doing, like, did I get home okay? It's like, what are you talking about?
I mean, we do it to the guys. Some people are like, well, guys have to worry too. And we're like, oh, we make them worry. Don't think we're like just worried about the women. We worry about the men too. And, but my cousin once, she said, we were talking about college and drinking and how, oh, we're lucky nothing happened to us. And she said, well, I was always very smart. And and for the first time I said, well, because I used to say, oh yeah, we were. But then I said, you know what? We shouldn't say that. Like, for the first time, because in my 30s, I was like, because
there's no harm meant by it. There's no harm meant by it. But yes,
yeah, she wasn't saying it to anyone and being a dick at all. But I said, you know what, though, we should also say, like, it sucks that you have to be smart all the time. And I know times that she wasn't that smart. She was lucky.
I mean, I don't like to use the word smart because it implies that someone who gets raped is dumb. And I like, it is exhausting to figure out the right language to use, but I do think there's a lot of value in figuring out the right language.
I'm fine saying like that. Yeah, I was vigilant. I've always been vigilant. I've always been smart, but I know girls that did the same things all the time, and they got into trouble. And then girls that they would do the dumbest things all the time, and they were fine and nothing ever happened to them, because there's an element of luck that you can't escape. There are girls and boys that grow up in houses with abusers. All the luck in the world isn't going to protect you from that. So there's only, you could be like, yeah, I'm going to be smart, I'm going to be vigilant, but don't kid yourself about it,
No.
kind of thing. So that's what you have to remember.
I do. We're not getting opposition right now, so I do have a question for and this is where I'd actually like to get some feedback from people. Okay, genuine feedback from people. Whoever was here when we were talking to the guy who was bringing up the case from San Diego. Does anyone have any opinions on how that went that you'd like to share? And what I mean by that is how I did an about turn at the end, and I was much nicer to him at the end, and how I was really mean at the beginning, and the points that I was being mean on, because I do often like second guess myself in terms of like, is being so fucking angry and toxic like helpful and stuff? But then I do think it really is necessary a lot of times in order to like get a guy to I don't know. I feel like once you embarrass a guy, they're able to take stock in it and they sort of reset. At least I don't know how to describe it, but I am constantly thinking, is it right or not? Like, had I started talking to him in a nice, polite way, would we have gone anywhere? I think I started nice and polite, but would we have gotten to where we ultimately got? Yeah, the 1776 guy. If anyone has opinions on it, I would welcome them to join, because I get conflicted all the fucking time. Like, do I believe had I talked politely to him the entire time we would have went somewhere? No, I don't. I just genuinely don't. Do I also feel bad being such a dick to him, knowing that he's probably not a horrible person? Yeah, obviously I feel bad about that. Do I think it's necessary? That's where I'm confused. So if anyone, genuinely, anyone, has opinions on that, please request, because I really want to brainstorm it a bit or hear what people have to say.
I think I caught the end of that guy. What was the beginning of the scene?
I mean, me doing my normal berating, teasing, making fun of, dressing down kind of thing. But for me, I was doing it mostly because he was denying facts. He was repeatedly saying that a case that he was pointing us to proved something, and we repeatedly showed him it didn't prove it. And so I was going hard on him because he was being obstinate in the face of what was just irrefutable facts. And so, but at the end of it, I do think he said the right things. And sometimes I'm curious or worried that like the process is not the right process. So if you weren't here for the process, like, you wouldn't really know how to opine on it.
I've heard you do different kind of tactics with different people. I think some people, they're so insufferable that I understand why you're hostile with them from the get-go, because they're terrible. I think some people, the tactic is kind of to start out. I could tell that you're walking them into kind of a soft trap, and and to kind of admit that they're being ridiculous. And then some people, you're hard from the beginning because their premise is ridiculous. Like, they have no leg to stand on. And I think some people with their cases where they're like, oh, I know this person who made an accusation, and usually either the accusation is fuzzy altogether, or like this guy we were talking to, like, it didn't ruin those guys' lives. And when you compare that to sexual assaults and how many there are, like, what's his point? It kind of like, that was like where I thought you were getting at, which I think he got, where it was like.
And like, I think that like the tactics I use, like, I do try to tailor them to each person. Like, I really do not do a blanket response. I'm not like, I really do think I'm trying to tailor it, but I also reflect on the fact, who the fuck am I to be making those judgments so quickly on people? That's why I ask people for feedback, because like, I want to constantly make sure, are people thinking that my instincts are still somewhat right or not? Because think about it, it's a lot of power that if I judge someone wrong and I start bullying them, like, that's really fucked up. And I've only seen that happen once or twice in the past 2 years, where we really felt like I fucked up. And like that's extraordinary. If that's the case, that's extraordinary, right? But
Right.
that seems impossible, which is why like I always like to double check. Like, did people think that I was too hard with that guy at the beginning, or do people think I was too soft with that guy at the end? Like, does anyone have feedback? Like, Nutka, you were there the entire time. And hang on,
Yeah.
Nutka, before you speak, guys, there's so many people in the comments. You all were here for it. For God's sake, someone join and tell me what you think, because I'm genuinely looking for
Yeah.
feedback, because it does make me feel icky.
Or speak. Someone say something in the comments.
Somebody say something.
I think it's also good that he's a man saying it, because I know people, which of course misogyny, but they tune out women talking about this. So when a man, and also I think, first of all, Irish, I believe that you do have a law degree. I know people question you on it, but if you don't, you should be a lawyer. So either way, and you catch the people on their inaccuracies in the retelling, which I think also matters. And I think that because you're a man, they respect you more and they listen to what you have to say. So I think that works, unfortunately for the women, but like it does work. I mean, it's just the way it is.
Yeah. And like for some people, it is effective to kind of like break down their ego a little bit, It's like after like a bad earthquake or something, you don't always want to spend like all of the time and energy into trying to restore what's like half there, You want to like break it all the way down and just kind of start over.
I mean, Joey had a very good insight in the comments, and that is sort of where I come from, in the sense that the men who come in here, they think of it as a game to be won. And so
Yeah.
what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to let them know they're not going to win the game. And to me, that sort of resets their way of thinking, or at least that's what my general thinking is.
That other guy even him saying, which wasn't even his bigger point, that his sister at 12 made a false accusation. Even
That
that
upset me.
narrative was so crazy, because that was a form of abuse, and maybe sexual abuse, for a parent to make a 12-year-old say that someone had raped her when they hadn't. To me, is a form of sexual abuse. Like, that is so effed up. That's not what we mean by false accusations to begin with. That's just his father abusing her and making her tell lies.
I
That
do
are,
think
of
he
course,
got that a bit. I
yeah,
hope he seemed to anyway near the end, which I think
yeah,
was
because
positive.
he obviously didn't like what his father did at all. And I think like the reframing it to say that, oh, that's not what we're talking about when we say like women make false accusations in the legal system, is like that's just a scenario of child abuse, which of course, when you do that to a girl, especially when there's a good likelihood she's going to be assaulted or harassed in her future, how that's going to mess them up is like so tragic.
But
And
that's
like
like
not
again
being believed as well.
Yeah.
Like your brother just probably like kind of denying that it's even like happening.
Yeah.
Even if he does kind of notice,
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about in terms of me feeling bad or torn, in the sense that, do I want to say to a man whose sister is dead, is your sister a fucking liar? Do I want to say? No, of course I don't want to fucking say
And
that.
she's like a
But
teen girl.
yeah, but I feel like by putting it like that, I try to like shine a spotlight in terms of what they're saying. And so, like, in my opinion, I think me saying, "Are you calling your sister a fucking liar?" And he's like, "Why do you have to be so aggressive about it?" And I'm like, "Well, that's because that is what you're calling her. When you're calling her a false accuser, you're calling her a fucking liar." And I go back and forth because, like, I don't want to talk grossly about a dead woman, for God's sake.
Right.
But then at the same time, it's like he's talking grossly about the dead woman. I'm trying to help him understand it. And I really do have moral questions about whether or not that's the right thing to do, or whether or not that's the.
I think.
I don't
Can
know.
I give my opinion?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Go for it.
Well, I don't know. I'm just like, I have a case of the yawns right now, so I'm a little slow, like a sloth. God damn it. What the fuck did you just say?
I was talking about me saying, "Are you calling your sister a fucking liar?"
Oh yeah, like
I would feel
in that
Vicky.
moment, like I know it sounded kind of harsh, but what I saw was like, I don't know, like that's a reasonable question to ask. Like he's probably just never had anybody question him on that before. Like he's maybe never even like thought about how disrespectful and stuff it is, and you were just kind of like, no. And to hear that from another man is like, oh shit, that's like an example of like healthy masculinity, where it's just like, no, I'm not going to do that to her. That's disrespectful. What the fuck is happening? And I think that might have been like ever reckoned with
Yeah, I think
thought
that was kind of,
process at all.
yeah, because that guy wasn't a bad guy. I think he just needed it wasn't like he came in like on his father's side. Like
No.
he just, I think it's important those little nuances, like to see that that's not a false accusation to begin with, and how that harms even the perspective of false accusations, because that's something when women and young girls, like even though nothing ever happened to me in college, like when I got older, because now my nieces are teens and preteens, I think like, what if something happened to them? Because looking back on it, I think if something happened to me in college, I think I'm not sure at that time if I would have come forward. It's a very difficult thing because I wasn't having a good time in college. I was kind of like depressed and anxious. And I don't think I would have come forward if like some fraternity guy did that. Like you
A lot
think
of
of
us
like
don't.
being called a liar or being said like, oh, you should be so lucky, or like things like that. So like at a very young age, like we see how girls who accuse guys and tell the truth are treated, and we absorb that, and guys start behaving in a way that guys with sisters tend to be a bit better. Like I'm generalizing, but they can't help it. Usually they're a little more empathetic.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
yeah, and or you raised by a mother who kind of pays attention in that way. But yeah, it's something that you think about, like at a young age. By your teenage years, a girl is like thinking like if something like that happened, like what they would do. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's just hard to come forward in general, and like a lot of us don't.
Yeah.
For that reason, like you just know, like especially in a situation like on campus or in school or something, you're just like putting a spotlight on yourself, and you know that like you will be the one on trial, so to speak, even if it's not a trial. And
I was so naive
yeah.
though, like when I was in college. I mean, I did not know this until like the last 10 years that colleges purpose, like for their own profit and advantage, bury it because they don't want it to get out that
Are
there
we
was ever
going
an
down?
essay, like all of that. So like I didn't even know that. So like think about like how naive you are at that age.
Yeah, I
Like
was. Yeah.
I thought like, oh, you go and they report it and they want to get to the bottom of it. Like that's what I thought at that time would have happened anyway. And boy, very wrong.
Yeah. I
You're
just
like,
feel
oh,
like this live is it's gonna go down.
oh.
Tap the screen, share the live.
Did Max say something, or did she just pause it?
Well, it was like a lot of weird kind of like alienish sounds, and then the
Do you think she's
live. She might be timing us out, and that's okay.
I don't think so because she's not muted herself.
I
Mac?
know, but like maybe she hit her phone and like swiped out, and then now, what should we talk about? We have like 4 minutes.
Well, I'm going to have a live where I ask people, am I too toxic? Because I do want to get feedback, because
You're not
people
toxic
saying,
at all. Well,
no,
that's
people
fine.
saying, come on. Yeah, people saying, trust yourself. pipes, I hear you, but like,
I personally, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm like desensitized to you and like I just kind of like understand your strategy most of the time. But like tonight particularly,